Ready? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the regular commission meeting for Tuesday, September 28th. If you have cell phones, if you would put them in the silent or off mode, we would appreciate that. As always, we will start our meetings with prayer and the pledge. I'll ask Commissioner Calkins to lead us in prayer and Commissioner Wright to lead us in the pledge. Please stand.
Please stand for a prayer. I'm going to start this prayer off with a verse. For God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever shall believeth in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. Lord, we want to ask you to please bless this county. Be with our citizens, be with this commission. Give us the right words to say, give us the right decisions to make. Guide us, lead us. Be with our country, be with our troops, be with our police, be with our citizens. Lead us all into the right direction. We thank you so much for letting us live in the greatest county, the greatest country in the world. And we ask you to bless this country, bless this county, and lead us in the right direction. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. First order of business is to approve the agenda. Commissioner Cole, any changes to the agenda?
No changes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Commissioner Calkins?
No changes, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Wright?
No changes, sir.
Commissioner Parker?
No changes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Devan?
No changes.
Brad, anything? Okay, we do have one addition under proclamations. Mr. Michael Beatty is here to provide some recognition for the county, so we'll add him after proclamations as number 2. It's a non-action item. And just as an update, the 9 a.m. public hearing has been canceled. That'll be scheduled for a later date. That was on the code enforcement ordinance changes. With that, the agenda, I will move to approve the agenda without objection. Hearing none, the agenda is approved. Our first order of business is to approve the minutes of our July 15th budget workshop, July 22nd work session, July 27th regular meeting, and the August 19th land development code meeting. Is there any discussion on those minutes? Hearing none, I would move approval of all those minutes without objection. Hearing none, the minutes are approved. We do have a proclamation today for 4-H, so if you'd all come on up to the podium. It's good to see you, Prudence.
Good to see y'all. How you doing?
Good. So I will read the proclamation. County of Santa Rosa proclamation. Whereas the 4-H motto, to make the best better, and whereas connecting youth and adults to work together through volunteer service can bridge differences that separate people, and whereas we, the American people, have a tradition of giving and sharing, and whereas 4-H, 4-H youth, volunteers, and University of Florida Cooperative Extension staff have joined to promote a week of National Volunteer Community Service, and whereas 4-H supports our military families and their children through the 4-H military partnership programs, and whereas volunteer community service is an investment in the future we all must share. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Rosa County, Florida do hereby proclaim October 3rd through October 9th, 2021 as National 4-H Week, and urge the citizens of Santa Rosa County to observe this day by connecting with youth, friends, fellow employees and relatives, and with school, community, and civic groups to engage in projects benefiting their community. Passed and adopted by the Board of County Commissioners on this 28th day of September 2021. So, Prudence and crew, with anything you'd like to say?
We just would like to thank y'all so much for all your support through the years. It's been 10 years since I've been with 4-H. Started as the program assistant, and then Vicki retired, and It's just been a huge difference from where we started to where we are now. We've had our open house with our new building last weekend, and it was a huge success, and we're still adding to that as our floors were back ordered, but they will be getting there pretty soon. But we just really appreciate all y'all have done to support our program.
Awesome, happy to do it. Any of these young kids want to say anything? We'll give them a shot since they, no? All right. Well, why don't y'all come on up, we'll get a picture. We'll just do it up here. Come on up. Okay, we have Mr. Michael Beatty here for FCCMA recognition.
Thank you for allowing me to present this recognition to you this morning. On behalf of the Florida City and County Management Association and the International City and County Management Association, we like to recognize those cities and counties that achieve a milestone with the county administrator form of government. And this year, Santa Rosa County has achieved its 25th year under that form of government, which we believe is the best form of government out there. And I wanted to just present this certificate of recognition for achieving that 25th year of that form of government. So thank you and congratulations.
Awesome, thank you. We appreciate you coming out, and we're proud of making this milestone. So you come on up, we'll grab a picture. Come on around. Slide in there, folks.
1, 2.
Awesome. Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks for making the trip. Are there any commissioner items? Anything from the county administrator or county attorney? Nothing? Okay, we will move into public forum. I have the sheet here. First up, we have Jonathan Cole.
There we go. On behalf of Navarre Area United Political Action Committee, I'm here this morning to give you a brief update on the progress that we're making towards pursuing the question, should Navarre become a city or not? Last year, we were working towards the goal of achieving the necessary petitions to hopefully get that referendum on the ballot. Unfortunately, the COVID shutdown precluded our ability to do that. But based on the support that we saw in the community for the effort, the decision was made to continue and defer the referendum attempt to 2022. So we are working towards that. We've been reporting with the supervisor of elections over our finances, and we met here last February to speak to the legislative delegation committee and let them know of our continuing progress. Representative Williamson has requested from the beginning that a non-binding resolution would be necessary for him to proceed as well as the feasibility study and the sample city charter. I know he hasn't in conversation since hasn't given us any indication that he's changed his mind on that. So we're prepared to proceed with that same effort. I know there's been a conversation of whether or not it's necessary, but we get it. We know the expense and time and effort and tax dollars to get a bill through the legislature. And in doing so, this one has to go through 3 committees in each house, be signed by the governor. So if there's no indication in the beginning before they start that long process and finish it, and then it goes to a referendum, and the referendum fails miserably, it's been a monumental waste of that effort and that tax dollars. So I get where that comes from, and as I said, we're more than prepared to proceed with that. So to that end, I wanted to make you aware of that, as well as that, as I promised 2 years ago, we would not proceed with that referendum unless the public in Navarre was well informed and educated on the issue. So I'm happy to announce that the feasibility study and the sample city charter are in process and should be available hopefully in the beginning of the first quarter of next year. So our team is, we've on the agenda on October 12th. We'll give you more details and the opportunity to ask questions. So I thank you, gentlemen, for your attention and your time.
Thank you. Quick question.
Commissioner Calkins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you affiliated with the other group that just came up here?
Preserve Navarre?
Yeah.
No, we are a different group.
So you're a separate group?
Well, yes.
Okay. The reason why I asked that, because it was kind of surprising. This is kind of the point I made the last meeting, that, in Navarre, Navarre needs to be united. There's, two chambers, 3 newspapers,
we have to have 2
Pirate
of
Plunge,
everything, it seems.
and now we hear 2 ink movements, So,
Yes, you are correct on that. But we've been pursuing this since 2018.
yeah, I know you've worked your tail off on this.
Yeah,
And
so,
so I know you put a lot of time and effort in the first round, and
Right.
and that's appreciated. And but my advice to y'all is unite together,
Well-
because that confuses all of us as a board. Is
Well, to be
you
honest,
got one group do one
Yes.
thing, and then you got another group one another thing, and
Well, to be honest, it confuses us as well, but that's something for a different time. But that's why we chose the name Navarre United, was the hope that we could get some consensus and do something good for Navarre, and we still have hopes and faith that that can happen. So, but we can address that more on the 12th of next month.
I appreciate it, and my position is kind of the same as I had at the last meeting, is let's see if Jair or Doug is willing to pursue it. You said, we don't want to waste maybe state tax dollars. I also don't want to waste county taxpayers' dollars to pursue something if, our state representative or our senator, might be opposed to it. So my thoughts are, based on what Commissioner Parker said at the last meeting, is, there's going to be a legislative delegation meeting. Do we have the date to that?
October 25th.
Okay. Legislative delegation, I would recommend, y'all go up together and ask them what you want, and if they're willing to pursue it. Now, remember, then it goes on the ballot.
Right.
And so it's kind of a skip ahead. I was actually, Commissioner Parker at the last meeting, brought up some good points. And so
Yes.
I appreciate you, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Commissioner Cole.
Kind of missed something on Commissioner items. I got an email the other day from Joey Harrell because I asked specifically about an item that was on our agenda for planning and zoning, and I forwarded it this morning to Brad and Van, so it become public records, that there was appraisals done on that piece of property that the school board looked at on Willard Norris, and that's available from your county administrator. So, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Calkins?
I just kind of want to respond to Commissioner Cole real quick on that, just real quick, about appraisals. I had an appraisal done on my triplex 8 months ago, and it was $260. And then I had a new one because I got a new company, and it came out to be 380. Huge difference. So those appraisals, it depends on who you get. They could be totally off the wall different. And as far as, land, they're a lot harder to appraise than a particular house because there's less comps. And what Commissioner Parker brought up at the last meeting was utterly common sense regarding that property, and that the property in Pace was should have been way higher than the one that they bought. So after listening to Commissioner Parker's comments, I did my own research, and gosh darn, he was solid right on. So I just want to bring that up. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, next up, Mr. Boutel, you're here for an agenda item? Sir, are you here for an agenda item or public forum? Agenda, okay. We'll get you when we get to that agenda item. No, this is just open. If you're here for an agenda item, I'd just like to confirm that. Ms. Smiley's here for an agenda item. Gary Smith says public forum. Good morning, sir.
Wanted to thank you for your time. What I'm here for is to discuss a road paving issue that exists in District 3. I want to give you a little background information. The road is Gin Road, so I do live on Gin Road, 7970. 2.5 miles of that road has been dirt for many, many years. In the past 5 years, there's been significant development of homes in that stretch of the road, as well as Buffalo Creek, Sweetwater Creek. And it's got to the point, that road, since it's all sand and a dirt road, is the low point for a 2.5 mile stretch between Thomas Creek and where its existing tie point to Molina Bridge. So whenever there's heavy rains, that road as such, because it's the low point, just becomes a drainage ditch. There's significant erosion that occurs as a result, ruts and grooves in the road. Sometimes it can be a foot deep, which point the Public Works Commission comes out, they regrade that road, and then till the next heavy rainstorm, and then we do it all over again. Traffic has increased substantially on that road in the past few years. So what I'm looking at here is, according to the Public Works Department, there's several factors that go into determining when a road should be paved. One is called development density, the other is a maintenance factor, and the other is a road terminus. So that Gin Road is actually a through road. The 2.5 mile stretch that I'm speaking of connects from an existing paved section of Molina Bridge up to an existing portion of Gin Road where the paving is resumed just past Thomas Creek. So if we really look at the first 2,000 feet of that road now between Molina Bridge going north, the development density in there is 100%. There are 6 people that have built 2 of the homes that will be occupied here by the end of the year. 4 of the homes are already occupied. These lots range in 5 to 15 acres in size, and all of them, of course, have access onto Gin Road. It's their only way of in and out of their homesteads. So what I'm really looking at here is really to get a status from the county. I mean, ideally, I think that a 2.5 mile stretch would, complete paving of that Gin Road would be the ideal situation. However, I think as a minimum, the 2,000 feet where the development density is already 100%, it's actually time to get in there and correct that road, pave it, as well as maintain a swale on each side, since all of the land, and I'm speaking approximately 500 acres of land, drain into that road. So this thing just becomes a massive creek in heavy rainstorms. I think that if we go back here to the recent one, with Ida, where we had a lot of rain, we had ruts in that road that were honestly, 12 inches deep in numerous places that the water just runs across the road, finding its low point. And I think it's just time for this to, the county to consider the paving of that road. So that's really what my question today is: who would I talk to? What are the plans for that portion of that road to be paved?
Thank you. Commissioner Calkins.
Thank you. I appreciate your passion on this issue. I've received a lot of emails regarding Gin Road. Just so you know, I had a meeting. I called a meeting with our county administrator, Devan Cook, our assistant county administrator, Brad Baker, and our public works director, Amy Tootle, last week. And we had a fantastic meeting, and the meeting was all about paving Gin Road up to the bridge. They're going to come up with the numbers. We also have a local developer that's interested in providing funding to pave that road, and also what that's going to do is get us on top of the list. So that was we had a fantastic meeting. We have the process has started. If one of y'all would like to give, I think our assistant administrator was kind of got some information on the update on that, and
yeah, so we started that process. Obviously, as you know and have described, the drainage is going to be key to that. So a good design for that road is going to be critical. So we are working on that process as well, and working with that developer to come up with, what they are willing to partnership for the funding strategy, and then we'll take it back to the district commissioner, who will then present it to the Board of County Commissioners.
I just really have then one more question. So as this moves forward, how would I get updates on the status of what is happening in that?
Mr. Chairman, I'd probably answer that, and then I had a comment. I think before you leave today, we can have Sabrina or somebody get you an email to Brad or Amy, and I think it's one of those things, as you know, government's slow wherever I don't know where you moved from, but it's slow here just like everywhere else in the country. But as updates become available, they could probably reach out to you. It may not be any kind of weekly or bi-weekly thing, but I think if we can get your email today, they will. I was just going to comment because it's not my district, but I know obviously as a board we'll have to kind of cross some of these bridges. Very familiar with the area. I used to work with the developer that you bought the property from before I got elected. And I think there's two things I'm just asking staff and the board to maybe consider as we move forward with this. It's fantastic that there's been 6 beautiful homes built out there. I know there'll be more built. I just also want us to kind of look at this holistically, though. We've got a lot of residents that have lived here their whole life on dirt roads. I know as well as you do, obviously everybody that bought property out there bought it with the understanding that it is a dirt road, and probably the presumption that eventually it will get paved. I know we heard the last commissioner for that district talked about a lot of pressure for that, and I think that's great. I think the partnership, and especially if the developer is willing to provide the funding, because really we're providing the meets and bounds access with the road, that would help expedite that. When I cast my vote, I'm really just letting staff know it's going to make it easier for me if we look at it from an approach of, what about the roads in District 3 that already have houses on that they haven't been paid? I don't want lifelong residents to feel like they've been forgotten about because there's new development happening in one area and we focus on it only. And so I'm just sharing that because I want to support it. I mean, I agree with you. That is a very prosperous, a beautiful area, almost the area why this board, before I was elected, and Commissioner Cole was here, worked to create a specific zoning, and it's an agriculture estate zoning, so that we could have 5-acre lots instead of 15-acre lots. And fantastic area. Fully support helping and partnering with your district commissioner, Commissioner Calkins, to pave it. I'm just asking that when staff brings that to us, if you could look at a holistic, because if I start talking with some friends and family that I know in Munson or Berrydale area or Jay, and they say, hey, I've lived on a dirt road my whole life, I'd like to be able to explain to them how we're looking at this equitably.
Commissioner Calkins.
thank you. Yeah, what I had the same exact concerns when this came up, The difference is in this issue is is there's a developer, very well-known developer, willing to put a lot of money into helping with this road, and that's what kind of moves it for me as far as that. But as far as updates, I recommend staff is getting all the information, all the numbers, everything we need, so we can get backup information for the public, and then keep an eye on the agenda, because I will be putting this on the agenda around about a month from now to get approval by the board, and we need to get all the information we can before, just so the public is aware, and so I highly recommend, keep an eye on the county website on every agenda, but I'm guessing around a month or so is.
Yeah, and sir, I'd just say get up with Sabrina over in the corner on your left there, and she'll get you your information, and we'll get you an email.
Okay, good. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your input.
Thanks. I just want, for point of clarification, not for you, sir, this is for, I'm talking in general to the commissioners. When I got in office, staff prioritized all the dirt roads in District 4, and we've been working through those through the lost and gas tax. So that's the way we're approaching these, right, with the district road paving money? Or are we talking going outside that for dirt roads? Because that's the way I've been doing it, is trying to pave a dirt road or two a year in conjunction with that, as opposed to going and looking for funds that haven't been designated for roads. Is that what are you talking about putting it on your 2022 paving list?
I have asked about that. They were gonna get with Jane, and we have talked about it on the best funding source for this. So I'm still looking into that and getting all the information on that. But yeah,
Okay.
that's what
I just want to make sure that was a process, otherwise we would need to look at dirt roads across the county holistically.
And
I've been
again,
using my District 4 paving money.
I haven't been in on any of those conversations, and that's the only reason I was throwing that out there, so that when they come back to me, I know, because I have family and friends that live on dirt roads that have been here a lot longer than any of those houses were ever built. We didn't have a house built out there before 2016, 2017 through that area. And that's why I'm bringing that up. Now, I will say there's precedent, even since I've been here. We've had developers come forward and say, I'll pay for the paving if the county will do it. So there is that precedent, and I fully support that, because it's really like a meets and bounds subdivision, I mean, honestly. But I don't know. I haven't sat in on any of those conversations, but and that was why I was throwing that out there. So I'd be interested to hear on it. I guess if staff maybe want to meet with DeVan Wednesday, any information y'all have that you can share with me that wouldn't be a violation, I'd appreciate it, and fully support paving the road. I just want to make sure that I'm able to explain the equitability to other folks.
Commissioner Cox.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Commissioner Parker. I would like to say, just for the public's knowledge, make sure that I get a lot of emails. Make sure to leave a phone, and you might have, but just make sure to leave a phone number. And I love to go through my email and just call those numbers back. So that's another recommendation I'd like to make, so I could update.
Okay, thanks. Next, Mr. Maloney says public forum, or is it an agenda item?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Parker.
I just want to remind you that 9 o'clock public hearing, I think I got to talking and passed it.
No, I announced it's been canceled, postponed.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
That's what I get for coming in late. I guess I don't know.
No problem. Thank you, Commissioner Parker. Mr. Holly's here for an agenda item, correct? Yes. And Mr. Cooey, you're down for both. Agenda? Okay. All right. Is there anyone else here for public forum, non-agenda items? Okay. If not, we will close public forum and move on to the consent agenda. I'll give you all a second to give a second look to the consent agenda. Is there any items that require discussion? Hearing none, I will move approval of the consent agenda without objection. Hearing none, the consent agenda is passed. We will now go on to the regular agenda, Economic and Tourist Development Committee, Commissioner Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We got 3 items this morning. Item 1 is discussion and approval to accept a bid from Project Chicken Run for 14 acres in Santa Rosa Industrial Park in the amount of $254,800. Authorize the chairman to sign all closing documents. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that without objection.
Hearing none, it passes.
Item 2 is discussion and approval of change order number 4 with Robertson Underground Utility in the amount of $617,035.24, and change order number 3 with Moffett Nickel in the amount of $23,275, and authorize the chairman to execute contract with Gulf Power for street lighting in the aviation park. The aviation park is coming along great. These are some change orders that are necessary to get things completed out there. Any comments, questions? We got Shannon and Erica here. Well, Shannon's here. Erica's sitting here if we got any questions. Seeing none, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to move without objection.
Hearing none, it passes.
And the final item is discussion and approval of scope of work and fee proposal from Baskerville Donovan in the amount of $338,735 for professional design services at the I-10 Industrial Park. And as you know, we've got some money coming from Triumph for that. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, Mr. Chairman, I'll move without objection.
Hearing none, that item passes.
Mr. Chairman, that completes this morning's report.
Awesome. Thank you, Commissioner Cole. We'll move on to Administrative Committee. First item is the Santa Rosa Strategic Plan 2035 adoption, and we have a presentation on that. If you would, sir.
Yes, sir. We have Mr. Patrick Small with Matrix Design Group here to present the information.
Thank you. On behalf of Matrix, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present the draft strategic plan for your consideration today. And it's a pleasure and privilege to be before you to present this. I'm going to hope that, great. So I want to keep this fairly high level, but I do want to talk about the strategic plan in terms of why the update was necessary, the value of the strategic plan to the commission, who was involved in shaping it, and then some of the key overview of what's in the strategic plan that's particularly relevant. So, excuse me, the strategic plan update is really necessary because there is a lot of growth that is both being currently experienced and anticipated in the county. So planning the infrastructure, making sure that the services are in place to support not only the current quality of life for the citizens of Santa Rosa County, but the future residents is extremely important. And it's also an opportunity to help prioritize and steward where those not only tax dollars go in terms of priorities identified by the commissioners and the residents, but also helps to form those partnerships in terms of additional funding opportunities throughout the county, whether that's with regional organizations or with state organizations. So I think that's an important component to the strategic plan as well. And then there's also a component of enhancing the service delivery for the residents of the county. So the strategic plan really falls into 5 key areas. One is innovative infrastructure, organizational excellence, economic vitality, public health and safety, and community services. And these are all drivers for those strategic elements of the strategic plan. It's important to note that the strategic plan was premised on supporting the county's mission, the county's vision, and the organizational and community values that the county already has in place. Bless you. So this is supporting the overall perspective of the county commissioners and the citizens. So what's the value to the county? It's really a playbook. It outlasts a lot of elected officials' terms so that priorities that occur over the next 10 to 15 years remain valuable and relevant. It also helps with prioritizing capital improvements and capital improvements planning, so that goes hand in hand with those funding opportunities to take advantage of that I mentioned. It also provides accountability in terms of targets and metrics. Some of those are qualitative, some of those are quantitative, but those are really important, not only for establishing how to reach the goals for those particular strategies, but also for the county to do any redirects along the way to make sure that any adjustments are made over time. So what's in the strategic plan in terms of process? We started out looking at existing conditions that kind of create a baseline. We also look at future conditions. So we know that there's a lot of population growth that's anticipated. We took that information and we also filtered that with the outreach opportunities that we did. We did some of that directly with the county commission. We did some of that directly with the public and the community, and we also did that with staff. So taking all of that information into account, we did some level of analysis and alignment and validation between all of that information to really develop the strategies that are in those 5 key areas that we talked about. In terms of how the implementation portion of the strategic plan is laid out, it really starts with what the strategic goal is, then looking at and providing an explanation of why that's relevant, strategy, action, a solution, and then the targets and metrics that I had referenced. So I want to spend just a little bit of time going through the 5 key areas for the strategic plan in terms of goals, and we heard some about this tonight in terms of congestion, reducing congestion as a long-term goal. Improving accessibility and resilience of the infrastructure. We'll talk about some ways that we're looking at that. And then, of course, another item that was raised tonight or this morning was related to stormwater and stormwater management. So in terms of the outreach, what we heard from the BOCC from you all is consistent with making sure that the infrastructure is in place to support growth and provide that quality level of infrastructure. And when we went through the community process, the residents identified specific areas that were relevant for congestion improvements and stormwater mitigation. So that was all validated as part of our public process. In terms of some of the strategies, and we've highlighted some of the key geographies on this map, reducing congestion, making sure that infrastructure is not only appropriately planned, but also incorporates best practices and smart technologies which are supported for different types of funding. So that's a key element in terms of infrastructure. And that also applies not only to roadway improvements, but also dealing with stormwater as well. A couple of other maps here, making sure that level of service on roadways does not degrade. So that's part of resolving the congestion concern, and then also the targeted stormwater areas. In terms of organizational excellence, there's kind of 2 key components to this. One is cultivating staff and maintaining partnerships and responding to changes and opportunities. So part of this is making sure that there's transparency in the processes that the county has and that the county staff engages with the public so that the public has a situational awareness of what's going on in the county, so that there's that kind of continuous dialogue between not only the county staff, but you as the commissioners and your constituents, which it sounds like you have fairly regular coordination, but even in terms of information sharing and the prioritization of particular projects, so that, like the gentleman who was up here earlier who asked about the status of, when particular improvements are being implemented, so that information is transparent to the public as well. And then, because there is a significant military and veterans population in Santa Rosa County, making sure that being responsive to those segments of the population is also relevant, not only in terms of service provision, but also in terms of potential economic opportunities to maintain that economic vitality. So some of the strategies, enhancing staff, educational opportunities so that they can implement and bring best practices to you as well, and then ensuring transparency in your processes, both the planning processes and the other functions that are relevant to the community. In terms of economic vitality, supporting the financial well-being of the county, that's kind of a no-brainer, but looking at incentives and improvements and supporting the ag sector as much as creating high-paying jobs throughout the county. Shannon and his staff do an excellent job of promoting economic development within the county. From some of the outreach that we conducted, capitalizing again on the military and veterans presence to support economic development opportunities that are in line with those segments of the population, strengthening the agriculture sector in different ways, looking at job opportunities so that there's high-paying quality jobs within the county, and targeting certain areas of the county to more intense economic development, like the I-10 corridor or some of the industrial parks that were mentioned earlier. I won't go through some of these strategies because I've already kind of mentioned them. And then in terms of public health and safety, promoting health and well-being of the vulnerable populations, providing high-quality public services, continuing to support disaster planning and mitigation, and protecting lives, property, and the natural environment. All of these are supported by you as the county commissioners and the community members that participated in the process as well. So the strategies here really focus on health and welfare to vulnerable segments of the population, providing or continuing to provide high-quality public services, and some efforts to continue protecting property and the natural environment. In terms of community services, providing diverse, affordable housing throughout the county, focusing on community health, continuing to provide high-quality recreation and open space opportunities, and protecting cultural and natural or historical resources. So these were all supported by the county commissioners through our process. What we did hear from the community when we went through the process was supporting not only the parks but also the libraries and the boat ramps, so access to water areas and multimodal transportation, so closing some of the gaps on trails and the sidewalks throughout the county. So again, some of the strategies relevant to recreational and cultural opportunities, focusing on community health, and protecting those resources. So on this particular map, again, some of the key areas where those strategies were specifically targeted by the community. So I know I've ran through these things fairly quickly, and there's a lot more detail in terms of those targets and metrics associated with each of those different 5 categories, but I did want to come here and present a little bit of what we've done in our process, what's in the plan, and would love to address any questions that you all may have. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Small? So just maybe explain to folks how you got the community input, the various avenues, and what that response was like.
Sure. So we did, of course, because of COVID, we did a couple of different types of public engagements. So we did 3 public open houses that we conducted, both or in the southern part at Tiger Point Community Center, in the middle part of the county, and then the northern part of the county. The responses that we got from the public were different between those 3 areas. Obviously, they're geographically distinct and unique, but we did have in the in-person open houses opportunities with stations for people to provide input, not only on these 5 particular areas, but kind of what they'd like to see in the county in the future. In addition to the in-person open house, and I should mention that I think we had in total between those 3 areas 117 participants. Fairly good for that type of an activity, certainly during a COVID environment, but probably not as high as an ideal sample for participation, though we did get a lot of good feedback. So we also did a virtual open house that was associated with the project website. It had all of those same activities that we conducted at the in-person presentation or the in-person open house, much greater participation in the virtual setting. We had 887 unique visits to the virtual open house. So that doesn't necessarily mean that all 887 visitors provided sets of feedback, but it does indicate that they participated and provided that same set of information that was available to the participants at the in-person session. So a lot of the information that we received through the virtual process was in line with the information that we received at the in-person process. And, you know, some of that I think was echoed before we even started the project in terms of you as the commissioners have an understanding of what the citizens' concerns are. Why do we need a strategic plan to reiterate that which you already know? And I think the real value is having something that corroborates that information and validates that information on paper really helps not only to validate that information, but to provide that playbook that's relevant in terms of how the funding is allocated, what steps the staff can take to facilitate that process through longevity, through something that's longer than just a couple of years or 4 years. Hopefully that answers your question.
And just once I'll get you sick. And the other piece, I mean, you hit it, the staff, the community, but this also is important, you know, to inform our decisions as well as inform our partners like FDOT and like some of these grant and funding opportunities that we have in a strategic plan. We're sticking to it. We're working on bike ped. You know, we're working on sidewalks. You know, having it solidified in this document and then sticking to it, because that's the hardest part of a plan is sticking to it. So, you know, this kind of gives the staff the playbook to come to us when we need to make a decision and go, this aligns with our strategic plan and what the community put in there, and it just validates and backs that up. So that's just another important aspect I look at at this document is when I go to the TPO and we're competing with Escambia and other counties, that we have this in our plan and we are sticking with this, and this will help us complete this plan. So I just wanted to add that in. Commissioner Calkins, did you?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of my thoughts is, you know, you kind of get what you pay for in a way. What I want to know is, and the information I want to get, because I've had a lot of citizens and that were correct about, you know, why are we spending all this money for something we already know, basically. So what I want to know is, where is the benefit of this plan? Are we going to get our money back in the sense of through grants, so one thing I could possibly ask staff is, we spent money on all this. Where's the benefit, as the sense is, how, like, are we going to get a grant that'll cover the cost of this? Are we going to get, you know, as, you know, Commissioner Peach, you know, is going to be chairman of TPO, you know, this year. Can he take that and come back to us and say, hey, thanks to this plan, we got all this money? I want to take this and show the public that we're getting our money's worth, is what I'm trying to say. I don't, you know, after studying all this, it's a lot of money to ask us, you know, what everybody already knew. Basically, everything you read out, we already knew. Citizens, I mean, it's simple, but what was told to me was, well, we need this because it's going to help us get grants, it's going to help us do this, it's going to help us do that. And so but we need to show the public that. And so maybe next year, you know, we could have a list of all the money we got based on this. Because if we can do that, then I'm good, and I think the public will be good. So that's my thoughts.
Commissioner, if I can respond to that, I think one of the things that's really important is making sure that the direction that the county takes supports the opportunities for grants and programs that are out there. And I do want to commend the staff who helped participate in this process, because there was a very conscientious effort from the grants staff within the county to make sure that things that are important to the different funding agencies was captured in the plan, so that there is that confidence with having the strategic plan when the county does go out for grants and other types of opportunities, partnership opportunities, that those other organizations understand. The county acknowledges these priorities, the county acknowledges that these things are important, and through the adoption of the strategic plan endorses these types of things that will help leverage those grant opportunities as well. So I think over time you will see the benefits of having a strategic plan in place. I can't speak to whether it will cover the cost of our particular effort, but certainly is something that the county can leverage and would be supported in terms of pursuing those additional grants. Thank you.
Mr. Cope.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to staff, what was our cost to engage Matrix in this?
The contract was $150,000. We have not paid all of that yet because we're still working through the process.
And I'm kind of torn between what Commissioner Calkins just said and Commissioner Peach says. You know, you have to plan for your future. You have to be able to use that plan in a way that's advantageous for the money that's spent to do so. But right at this point, I'm kind of disappointed. Basically, I'm looking at 70 pages of what we already knew. You know, stuff that was gleaned basically from information that you derive straight from county sources. I'm disappointed that I don't see the 87 North-South connector mentioned in here anywhere. When you start talking about roadway level of service and necessity for transportation and safety of the community, the evacuation of the south end of the county if it becomes necessary, and to that matter, not just the south end of our county, but everybody that lives east of Blackwater River. If, you got the interstate bridge, if Garcon Point Bridge goes out, we've seen major loss of a bridge going into Pensacola and how that affects everybody. So I'm really looking for more out of a strategic plan than a synopsis of, what we already know. Having that so you can take it to Tallahassee or take it and go after grants based on the opportunities provided is a good thing, but I'm just kind of torn in between. How much, you said this is a start, is this completion of your work product, or are you?
That is the completion of the strategic plan.
Okay. Nothing was ever mentioned about an 87 north-south connector through all the discussions.
Vice Chair, if I can make a couple of points. One is, yes, there may not be new information in this report, but it has not been documented in a single document that the county has to help drive future decision-making. That's an important distinction. The other thing is understanding what a strategic plan is. A strategic plan is not a set of projects. That's the capital improvements plan. The strategic plan is a conviction that you're going to follow certain strategies to achieve those objectives. It's not a set of particular projects. It's a framework for how the county approaches those activities. So it's a high-level document. It's not intended to be, we're going to do this project and then this project and then this project. There are strategies in there that do relate to the bridges under innovative infrastructure. So that information is captured within the strategic plan. So I just understand your sentiment, but want to reiterate what the purpose of an overarching strategic plan is, and having that information memorialized in a single document that the county can use to leverage partnerships and funding, because those other organizations will understand that the county has a plan in place for the next 10 or 20 years. Thank you.
Hi, Samantha Abel, City of Gulf Breeze City Manager. I just wanted to share with you something I know that Commissioner Colton Wright knows, and that is that the City of Gulf Breeze has also been working on our city strategic plan, and our mayor and council actually adopted that plan at our last meeting. Because Gulf Breeze is a community that's larger than its jurisdictional boundaries, we have had a lot of residents who wanted to participate in the planning and in that public input process, but they were actually outside of our city limits. And so having that town hall meeting at Tiger Point did allow, at least for Gulf Breeze, for all residents to feel heard and feel that they were part of that process. We actually had the process just totally coincidentally occurring at about the same time. For Gulf Breeze, what we were looking at is we have a long-term master plan. We have a 10-year capital improvement plan. We have a community redevelopment area plan. All that can get very vague and confusing for our residents, and so our strategic plan is, it's a 5-year plan for us, but it's something that we can afford. We can plug into our spending plan 12 months at a time for 5 years. And so it boils it down to what our elected officials are committing to do in these 5 years. It doesn't mean that all these other things aren't lofty and important, but our residents can hang their hat on what's going to happen in those 5 years, and a lot of that is because of the hard work of you, our Board of County Commissioners, and some of those items are on the agenda tonight. But I just wanted to share with you that each one of you will get a copy of our plan because our mayor and council just adopted that at our last meeting, and we're really pleased that it does fold up underneath your plan as well. So thank you.
Commissioner Calkins.
Yeah, I would like to ask, how did you do your polling? to determine, no, not, I appreciate you. Did you do scientific polling? Did you, was it just those town halls?
It was not scientific. It was the town halls. It was also the series of questionnaires. So we did capture information, qualitative and quantitative information from the questionnaires that were both part of the in-person and the public process.
Let me ask you this. So when I was down in Gulf Breeze, they had all these, green papers on the wall. Did you take that information and use it?
Absolutely.
All right, well, I actually witnessed a lady that had about 30 green things, filled them out, and just. And so if y'all aren't doing actual, and I didn't think you actually, use that. I figured that, we're paying $120,000 that y'all would at least use scientific polling, and, for something like this. I mean, this is, if you're really getting the information from that wall, it's totally inaccurate. And like Commissioner Cole said, I mean, I went door to door and people are wanting that north-south connector. I mean, that's in East Milton especially. And, you wouldn't never knew that if you're just, getting a few people who have an agenda that put all these postage stamps on a wall. That's unscientific. That means that's just my thoughts.
Well, Commissioner, there were a number of comments that if they're duplicated, they're still counted, but there were a number of comments that had absolutely nothing to do with the strategic plan process. So all of that information is kind of tempered in terms of how it's processed and weighted in terms of the outcome. What we look at are not necessarily the outliers, but the consistency between the types of comments that are received to see if there's general validation. You can't really do something like a public process that's statistic with the level of budget for the scope that we had, and with a county population of 188,000, it would be extremely difficult, particularly when you have a resident and a seasonal population as well. So I think for the type of process, for the level of information, the high level of information that a strategic plan is, again, this is not about facilitating individual projects like your connector. This is about making sure that the county continues to address in a transparent forum those particular issues that the public has identified as being critical to them. The information in the strategic plan is important to provide a path and level of confidence to those outside agencies that the county would seek funding from, whether that's TPO, whether that is FDOT, whether that is the Florida Department of Health, that the county has a path and conviction to facilitating those types of activities. So again, it's not a scientific process, but there was a lot of corroborating information that came out of the project.
Sorry.
Commissioner Park.
I'll just make my comments. Thank you for working on this. I sure don't want you to feel like you're being beat up here when you bring the presentation. I had the opportunity to read through it, and I'll say my perception, because each person's perception is their reality. For one, I wasn't going to call her out, but since she came up here, very thankful to have the city manager, Mrs. Abel, in our meeting today. She knows I love Gulf Breeze, and fantastic job down there. And I think by her being here kind of speaks to my thoughts of the strategic plan. Quite frankly, in my mind, and especially after you read through it, and I appreciate how you list some targets, you list some long-range metrics. When I hear about metrics, I always think about former Commissioner Rob Williamson always talked about basically like a SMART goal, a measurable goal, have a quantitative metric, rather than just saying we're doing better. I like how you even had some solution strategies in there where you said this is an avenue. What I see this as, quite frankly, as a commissioner that's been here for a few years, and I remember this coming to us, is I see this as an administratively led project and administrative tool. And I'll say that, I'm kind of really speaking to the board, but also to you and the public for, this reminds me of when Shannon Ogletree, our Economic Development Director, right after I got elected, because Tony Gomillion was still in his office, brought forward and he wanted to do an economic development study. And Sabrina will tell you, I was like, what are we doing a study for? We got Shannon there. That was at Shannon's request to help him perform his job better. That was not because the commissioner said, hey, we need a study. He's used that, and every one of us have sat here and praised his efforts over the last few years. This project was brought forward to the board by our administrator at the time, Mr. Shevler, and folks know I have the utmost respect for Dan. This was, I think, from reading it, and again, I wasn't in the conversations with Dan and Matrix, I think this was to help staff give some guidance to do their job at the will of the board. The reason I say this is now, obviously, we have a new administration. I don't know if the current administration would ever have solicited a study like this or not. There's definitely some different viewpoints from the new administration to the administration we had when this was brought forward to us about a year ago. But that's where I see it as. I see it as very informational. I appreciate it. It's, I'll echo, I think, what every commissioner knows and what you said. Yes, the biggest pulse that I have is come election time, as you hear Commissioner Calkins stated, door knocking, but quite frankly, on a day-to-day is at the ballpark, and people have heard me say that. And so, yes, I think that at least 85 to 90% of the big ticket issues I get to hear about plenty. But again, I look at this as a staff thing. I look at this is mostly for DeVan and Brad and the directors and to have staff guidance. If they choose to use it, then I fully support that. If they choose to say, you know what, Sam, this is not a direction we're going, as long as they have the support of the board, then I fully support that. We were just presented with a certificate of appreciation today for saying that we've adopted the county administrator method for 25 years. Again, we're the elected officials that have to set the budgets, but I can tell you from working with Mr. Shevler and I can tell you from working with Mr. Cook, they're only able to work in the parameters that we allow them to work, especially when it comes to budgetary constraints. And your document, when you take the time to read through it, fully recognizes that a lot of these things they're going to be budgetary constraints. So that's my thought on it. This was an administration-led thing. This board that I know of, no commissioner at the time, went and said, hey, we need a strategic plan. It was brought to us by staff, and we supported it. And so with that, I'll just really echo to Brad and DeVan in front of the commissioners. I see this as mostly a staff and administrative tool that, because quite frankly, is now Mr. Cook has the sole responsibility, based on the will of this board and the method of government that we have, to run this organization and to prioritize projects and different things. Like when I mentioned about dirt roads, I'm not sitting there in the weeds. I'm asking them to prioritize it, and they come to us. So I'll just extend that to you. If you find what portions of this you find helpful, any, all, or whatever portions, I'll support you in using that, or I'll support you in not using that, because that's the way I look at it. I appreciate that it was done as a opinion of that administration's priority. But again, I haven't heard the current administration speak on it or not, but I'm not devaluing the product. I just want you to know that's probably why I look at it a little different. Yeah, it's absolutely everything we knew, and I never expected to get anything that we didn't know out of it. I think from my conversations with Dan briefly before the board unanimously supported the project, I think all 5 of us actually voted for this, was really to help him be able to have a tool to come to our board and say, okay guys, this is a priority, this is what the strategic plan identifies, so this is the reason I'm requesting you to make these decisions, because as that certificate says, DeVan is the one, we say, hey, we're not raising taxes, or we are raising taxes, and he has to come to us and say, here's the plan, here's the priority. So just want DeVan and Brad to know you've got my support on how much, if any, of this you use or what direction you take us in. But I think that's probably where a little bit of the feelings and the comments have come today, is because there has been such a drastic change, obviously, that you may not have the same, I guess, initial impetus of how this came about. But I appreciate what you did. It was an interesting document to read through it. And I think if for no other reason, it would allow a citizen to go in one place and learn an awful lot about the county. But I appreciate the project, and I really just wanted you guys to know where I stand and kind of share with the commissioners. That's my thought of it.
Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll say as one of the 5 commissioners sitting here, I did ask previous administration for a strategic plan. I'll openly admit that. I think that as a board, as a county, as an organization, if we don't have a vision and a plan that has some relative cohesiveness on what we want to be, it's very difficult to lead. And you know, the board will have change over the years. You know, 3 years from now, the board makeup could be totally different. But I think if the administration, which tends to not change as often typically, or at least the bulk of the staff, if they still have some vision or a plan that was set forth both by the board and the citizens of where we want to be, it allows that mission to be accomplished, while it may get off track from time to time. So I'll admit that I certainly, in my discussions with Dan and other staff members, thought that it was important to have a strategic plan. Now, my expectations weren't that they come back with, you know, extremely detailed, you know, list of this project, this project, this project. I believe that's our job. The way I view this is, I think the plan, if you look at it, it is just a highlight, but it does show the diversity of our county. And I think if you look at the different events that in town halls that were held, or whatever we want to call the events that were done, as well as the Facebook solicitation that was put out there to people. And unfortunately, when you look at the number of people that actually responded as citizens versus the solicitation that was put out there, that's really disappointing. That we had 800 and something?
We had 887 participants at the virtual open house. We had 117 at the in-person open house between the 3 locations, and we received 326 questionnaire responses, in addition to all of the mapping information that we received through the other activities.
Okay, so here we are, a county of roughly 180,000 citizens, and that was the response we got. So that's concerning to me that we didn't get better input, because I felt like generally we did do our best to try to solicit response. And there's something to be said about, you know, Commissioner Calkins, you and I, Commissioner Parker, we have not, well, everyone here has knocked on doors, right? But simply knocking on doors doesn't give us all of the input. We know that the doors are knocked on sometimes selectively. We also know people have, in election year, they have different things that they may say versus what they're looking at as a bigger picture. And while there's a citizen that may not vote at the polls, they're going to be at my daughter's softball game tonight. And they're a citizen too, and they certainly should be represented. And that's where I look at something like this and the diversity. I mean, we know that generally speaking, Center Rosa County's been all about single-family dwellings, right? A house on property. But yet we see that people responded and said, we want diversity in housing. Some want apartments, some want townhomes, some want single-family residences. You know, that's a change, that's a shift from where the county has been, but I think that's representative of the direction the county is growing, the direction society is going based on different demographics and the different housing needs of people. So I think every board member here has their perspective on what's most important to their district and the people they're closest to and the constituents that reach out to them most often. But I think what this does is kind of tie it together and say this is a broader view of the entire county, and I think our next step is as a board, we should work with staff to identify projects that I think highlight what these needs are, and it's our responsibility to go back and try to find projects that fit these needs, and to use that as a roadmap for hopefully future boards. You know, to go back to the TPO and say, State of Florida, FDOT, this is what we want to do as a county. We want a north-south connector. You know, we want Highway 98, you know, bypasses. You know, there's different things we want, but it also gives us an opportunity to look at how do you want to work with, you know, the comprehensive plan on zoning. What do we want to do when it comes to stormwater? You know, that's our goal, I think what we're tasked with doing is identifying the projects with staff. But I do think this gives them a roadmap, and I certainly support it. I think the money spent on it was, well, one, we all agreed to do it, so I think it was a fair spend on the money. And I think now it's really what we do with it from this day forward determines whether it was the $150,000 well spent or not. But I thank you and your team for all your work, and it was good to be at those events and see the interaction with people and see them put the notes on the wall, and the conversations that were had, and the people I know that came up to you and came up to me and spoke, and I'm sure came up to you other gentlemen at the events in your area. They were very fruitful conversations, and I appreciate it.
Commissioner Calkins.
Thank you. And I appreciate that, Commissioner Wright. That was one thing we ran on, is having a plan. And so I understand why Commissioner Wright would go to Dan and say, hey, we need a plan. And so the effort was good. And I agree. I did enjoy going to Gulf Breeze. I did enjoy, you know, people came up to us, and, you know, that speaks volumes. But after seeing this, and no discredit to your company, I wouldn't vote for this in the future, and I'll tell you why. Because I want scientific polling. And I thought that, and another thing, Commissioner Wright is correct in the sense that, you know, we can't get all the, you know, we represent all citizens, right? I mean, there's a lot of folks that don't vote. But I can guarantee you 99% chance that person that don't vote ain't going to go to that strategic workshop meeting. 99% chance, because they don't have enough passion to vote in an election. They ain't going to go there, and you ain't going to get the information from them anyway. A scientific poll would poll all citizens, not by party, not by anything. And we could get a real input and real information that's solid, that's scientific. And what we got here is not that. That's my only issue with this, is that there's not scientific, you know, research in this. And I look at it like 150 grand, and, you know, they had 3 meetings, 3, you know, things, and they come up with 70 pages of, I can't use any of this, really. I don't see myself using any of this for the future. And no discredit to you. I think that most companies that would do this would do the same thing. But we need to think different as a board. And I'll tell you what I would suggest in the future. What I'd suggest is, we already do what they do. You know, we have, you know, events where, you know, we go through all the districts and they put in you know, those cards. We have a staff that can do what they do, but we could also, instead of spending $150,000, we could spend $5 grand with scientific polling, and then we could create a piece of paper and do the same thing, and it costs us, you know, no more than $20,000 versus $150 grand. So that's my thoughts for the future on this. But as far as it's done, we spent the money. The intentions were good. Commissioner Wright, I believe, you know, your intentions were good, because it's what we told the community, that we're trying to get a plan. That's so important. Plan. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Cook.
we do have the plan. Staff has already been reviewing it, obviously. We're going to use this plan to build our capital plan and other documents that we need going forward that will identify the specific issues that each of you see in your districts. So it is a roadmap that we can use, and there'll be lots of work going on based off of this plan from this point. Staff is already reviewing it, discussing the things that were identified that we need to, Brad, Sabrina, and I have already met and discussed some of the things that we need to look at on this. So just wanted you to know we'll be building other plans for the future off of this plan.
Let me go to finish the commissioners, and I'll get to you.
Just a quick question. Now, how long can we use this? I mean, when does it expire?
I've been patiently waiting. So this is a foundation, if you will. And so we will continue every year to evaluate and make sure that we're within the guiding post, not only with our capital plan, but making sure that there's not new metrics that we need to add to the plan. So this will be a foundation, but a growing plan that we will evaluate every year and present the information to the commission. Hey, here's what we've accomplished. Here's what we need to tweak because maybe we've got new housing developments or something and we need to shift back a different way. So it's a foundation to help guide us all so that we can make sure we're hitting the needs of the county.
We don't got to pay for this every year, correct? No. Okay, so this will last for 4 years at least, but we can build upon it. Okay, I think we're good. I mean,
Yeah, it actually looks out to like 2035, so it's
Okay.
over 10-year look.
Okay.
But like Sabrina said, you got to keep it up to date and alive and use it and reference it. So, any other commissioners, and then I'll open it up for the public. Mr. Cooley.
Jerry Cooey, Milton, Florida. Let me make an observation of 25 years of standing here, and I'm going to defend this gentleman a little bit. A report made to you is only as good as your expectations when you write out the RFP. Give you a prime example. We probably spent $50,000 studying Holly by the Sea flooding issues, and we didn't ask the engineering firm to make recommendations. Okay, I make these points to say to you that, hey, I wasn't for spending $150,000, but if you are going to spend money, we have to clearly define what our expectations are and put some thought into it. We stub our toe a lot on that issue. To Mr. Cook and Mr. Baker, welcome to the team. I appreciate you being here. I'll give you 25 years for free. The citizens want concurrency. The citizens want road capacity improvements. And the citizens want their ditches cleaned and not to be flooded. And finally, the citizens are tired of paying for other people's problems. I want you to look at your budget this year, and you will see that the vast majority of the spending is to fix a problem that none of the citizens created. We got $7 million on the holding pond. It's $2 million over here, and it's $3 million over here. The citizens didn't create that. When you want to talk about a strategic plan, when is the average citizen going to get some good out of it? When is Northrop and Glover going to be 4-lane? When are we going to stop jamming a subdivision after a subdivision on Berry Hill that's a 2-lane road? And while I'm there, in all fairness, we've got 5 commissioners up here, and we've had 2 votes that I want to point out to you guys that occurred here. When the district commissioners were against something, a commissioner from another area was the swing vote. All right? And both those circumstances was the 3rd subdivision on Berry Hill and now a school on Willard Norris. That's the kind of stuff that frustrates you. You want to talk about citizens, why they don't engage? They feel like they're gamed already. Well, why should they? All of the additional revenue, the vast majority of the additional revenue, is coming in to fix someone else's problems. They don't feel like they have a shot in the world of getting their little piece of heaven in a better situation. Strategic plan, I'll make it very simple to you. Stop plugging up the road and unplug the ditch. Okay? We've not added capacity improvements in this county since the 90s. We truly haven't. We've made some safety improvements, some turn lanes that help traffic move along. $12 million on a road that is only going to add traffic to 90. It's simple. The strategic plan today and literally to make up for the last 25 years of the lack of infrastructure should be road capacity and drainage, period. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that, any further discussion on this item? The action before us is to approve the strategic plan. Is there any discussion? I'll entertain a motion to approve and adopt the strategic plan.
Move to approve.
Second. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second for adoption of the Santa Rosa Strategic Plan 2035. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Colt.
suggested the board move items number 8 and 9 up. Got folks here that might be willing.
We do have, I mean, Miss Abel's here for a couple of these items here too, so, I mean,
Okay.
if we could just, I think we can move through them all relatively quickly.
All right.
Okay. I think the rescue plan is going to be a lengthy discussion. Is there a will for a quick 5 minutes comfort break?
Feel free to start without me.
Again, 5 minutes comfort break before we move into the American Rescue Plan. We stand at recess. Okay, our 5 minutes is up. We will move into item number 2 for Administrative Committee, the American Rescue Plan Act discussion. Hey, Laney.
Can we start? Okay. Good morning, Lonnie Burchett, Grants and Special Programs. I'm here to discuss today the American Rescue Plan. As all of you are aware, on March 11, 2021, the American Rescue Plan Act was signed into law, establishing the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds Program. Santa Rosa County will receive a total of $35,800,640. The first $17,920 was received in May 2021, and the second installment will be received in approximately 7 months, which will be in May 2022. In April of this year, we met with each of the commissioners individually to review what we knew at the time. The Treasury interim final rule was not released until May, but at the time, with the discussions with each of you, the consensus was to focus this opportunity on infrastructure. At the time, the replacement of lost revenue was unclear. We didn't know how that calculation was going to work out. When the interim final rule was issued, which now they call reduction in revenue, the revenue calculation, the preliminary reduction that we've calculated with OMB staff is $3,785,000. This calculation is considered preliminary. We still require some validation with OMB. The reduction in revenue is considered unassigned and can be used for expenditures that are not allowable under the ARPA legislation. We are required to submit our first quarterly report to include proposed projects and expenditures by October 31st. This is covering the period of date of award to September 30th. Currently, our only obligation expenditure is a geotechnical analysis for the Northwest Florida Wastewater Treatment Facility. This was approved by the board at the June 8th meeting and was for $500,000. You'll also hear some other proposed obligations that will be presented later in today's agenda. The categories that are identified are ones per Treasury guidance. These obligations are proposed at this time and can be updated any time should the priorities change. On the staff report, it kind of got chopped off on the side, but the way we have it broken down for the $35.8 million is investment in infrastructure, stormwater, $10 million, wastewater, $20,978,000 and change. Assigned is going to be the $500,000 geotechnical study, and the reduction in revenue is the 3.785 based on a calculation provided by the Treasury interim rule. Also note that we did add an administrative line item to include 1.5%, and that's $537,000. And what was chopped off on the staff report on the side is just the percentage of the allocation. So the first unassigned is 10.6%. Infrastructure, 87.9%, and the administrative is 1.5%, resulting in the $35.8 million. The reason why we have the administrative expenses, as we discovered during CARES, the reporting process is quite tedious. There's a lot of information that is requested on how these funds will be used. One of the things that we've noticed in all the information that we've seen on the ARPA funds, there's quite a bit of focus on identifying economically disadvantaged communities. So a component that they do want to see is if these funds are expended, how does it positively impact economically disadvantaged communities? So that's a component that is going to be quite challenging for us alone to do it. So that's why we added it in there. So the only goal today is just to kind of give you an update on where we're at. These are the big picture items that's proposed. We can always change it. Just as a reminder, we have to have it obligated by the end of 2024, and we would have to spend all of these funds by 2026.
Okay, we'll We'll just start at the end. Commissioner Parker.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I walked in a few seconds late. I hopefully didn't miss this, but and the backup did a great job with covering a lot of the things you mentioned. So obviously we're here today to look at the recommendations and try to approve them moving forward. I just have a couple questions because this has been so new that it may have already been resolved and I'm just not aware of it. As previous legal counsel had took us through time of saying, and I know there's been workshops of FAC and all, obviously my big red light question on this is I love that we have 88% of it going to infrastructure, but did we ever find out, I know initially we were like, hey, no, it can't, maybe, is there any form, fashion that this can go towards roads in any manner? Because I know obviously 30 million, well, I'll have a sub-question, but is there any way any of it can go towards roads in any form or fashion?
I know that that has been a priority of the board, and all 5 of you made that very clear. I've looked through it, and we've participated in many webinars and things that have been made available to us, and I cannot find a way where we can specifically designate ARPA funds for roads.
Okay, and if that's the case, obviously that's fine because we're not making the rules, but the more we can use on stormwater, obviously we wouldn't have to, in an ideal world, use any lost or general fund on stormwater, which we could then hopefully reallocate towards roads. So my sub-question to that, and the last one I kind of have, is 21 million, I'm going to round up by 22,000 to make it a cool 21 million, for wastewater. Can you help me understand, obviously I know we have the City of Milton wastewater treatment plant, I don't remember the name of it, but, and then we have the RIBS project that we're doing. Out of this 20 million, I'm not asking for an exact thing, but can you help me understand what rough portion of that is going to each one of those, or is there different projects I'm not aware of?
I would say it's different projects. You will see one presented later on in the agenda, but yes, it would be different projects that we can complete during that time period. It's not a solid number. It's just a number that's put in there as a placeholder for now, to be honest with you. The way the line items work, really, the 87.9% is going to be infrastructure, so that's the top line item, and how that breaks down below that, we can adjust that as needed. So if in 6 months we realize that stormwater is an issue, we can move all of it into stormwater, or 5 million into stormwater, or however the needs are of the county.
I'll sum up so I don't have to comment later for the board, obviously, since we're being asked to discuss it and approve it. My thoughts on this really just focus around right there on the infrastructure investment portion. My hopes would be that, obviously, as you said, if we focus on that, then maybe we put a disclaimer that says, I would love to see as heavy an investment in stormwater as possible so that we could free up that money on roads. And the only thing with the wastewater, again, I know we're getting it, but before we make any commitments, there are still so many questions on really every one of, or not everyone, but those top 2 projects I named. I've heard everything from, obviously we did $500,000 for the geotech, but there's been a lot of questions that I've never gotten answers to that's going to at some point come in front of this board with some hard decisions to make of how much are we willing to invest in that City of Milton wastewater treatment facility, and what does that look like? Is that a gift? Is that a partnership where we get a percentage of the revenue share? Is that a deal where our citizens are given the guarantees that are about rates, whatever? There's so many questions, is why I guess the little hesitation about seeing 21 million at wastewater. And even on the RIBS project, when I first took office, and I hope these discussions aren't dead, they're just out there, but now that we're talking about spending millions of dollars, I think we need to resolve is, there used to be a discussion even of, when I first got elected, hauling of our water system, saying, hey, we might have an appetite to take over wastewater. I mean, these are big projects, and I know the ultimate goal, lift station, get it off, get it to ribs, but then there's also the question of, do we want to be responsible for that at all? Do we want to be in the utility business? And some things. So I guess with all that, that's my only thoughts I have on it as a board, but I would love to see at least stormwater we know we got to fix. We know we've had residents mention today, Holly by the Sea, areas in every district with stormwater, and that's one way where we could focus with roads. But thanks for having it in the infrastructure. I don't have any more concrete guidance other than, I guess, since it is just a placeholder, but I wanted to share my thoughts with the rest of the board.
Commissioner Colt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Parker keeps referring to the City of Milton wastewater treatment, and that's, we've got to look at this holistically. The City of Milton can handle their wastewater. What goes on the east side of the river is what seems to be the problem. All of our industrial parks, or the majority of our industrial parks, other than Whiting Aviation, the growth you're seeing in East Milton, getting the effluent out of the Sound. I know right now stormwater runoff is a big issue in your district and Commissioner Cochran's district with, how bad you guys been getting beat up on Berry Hill. But believe me, getting the effluent out of the Sound, getting our industrial parks where we can keep building those industrial parks, the communities that are growing in East Milton, it's not the Milton sewage plant problem. It's a community problem. It's a county problem. I'm glad to see this going in. We had a brief discussion with the county administrator. I did this morning. Which way do we want to go with Brad? Brad's now taking the place of Dan on the directive of getting the City of Milton to work collectively. I'll tell you what, I'm at a point right now where if they want to run a sewage plant and own a sewage plant, I'm almost willing to say, here's the money you need to finish it, build it. We don't want nothing to do with it, because it's going to provide that necessity. And I'm shifting gears on you, I know, because that's not what I told you an hour ago in my office, that we need to partner with them somehow. And I still believe that. There needs to be a partnership there. We need to see, where the revenues are going. There needs to be a joint utility board. I know that's the direction we've been going, but I'm getting so flustered with this that I'm ready to just say, here, get the money, let's get the thing done. Because if we don't, what are we going to tell Shannon and Erica? Well, just stop bringing people to Santa Rosa County because there's no capacity in sewerage. Or, yes, sir, Mr. Home Builder, you can have 50 septic tanks out in East Milton because we don't have capacity at the sewerage plant. Here we are getting money to get, or working hard to get, mitigate everybody that's on septic tanks now in large areas of the county, and then we're going to turn around and say, well, go ahead and build some more, so later on we can find money to mitigate those too. So, to me, this is a very important. Stormwater is important, the roads are important. We can't use it for roads, but I think, we need to keep our eye on the ball on both those items.
I'm going to go real quick. I appreciate Commissioner Parker and the roads. One thing, we need to work with the staff is concentrate on the stormwater with this funding. But as Amy will tell you, when you go in and redo a road or something, you're going to touch the stormwater. So there may be opportunities where the stormwater portion is taken care of with ARPA, but then we have to agree that that's a combined solid project and put our resources towards that road and fix it all at once, kind of like we're doing on East Bay Boulevard and things like that, where we're fixing stormwater, but we're also putting in sidewalks and roads, and we could leverage that if we approach it smartly. And we have a great engineer and a great public works director that could bring us stormwater projects that also improve roads. There's nothing that says you can't fund a project with two different sources of money. We don't have to just fund the stormwater and then go back later and do the road. There are benefits to doing that with mobilization and things like that. So that's where we need to play our cards smartly, is not just knee-jerk reaction to one thing without looking strategically, a la a strategic plan to execute this funds and improve stormwater and roads at the same time. So I support that effort, and I know our staff is going to try and maximize those opportunities, and that's the guidance I want to give them as the board, is not just take $10 million and trench some ditches and then move on. We need to look at it holistically. the roads that are the problem, the stormwater, and leverage every penny of these dollars towards that. And, you know, on the wastewater, that's very important. We owe Senator Broxton an agreement by October 17th with the City of Milton. If you haven't gotten with Brad, fellow commissioners, I suggest you do, because he's meeting with the City of Milton this week, and you need to let Brad know your opinions and desires before he goes into that meeting, so he can bring the will of the board to that. And then just for clarification, and the 3.7 is money, is reimbursement for money we spent on COVID-related, or
Those funds have already been covered with CARES. This is a little bit differently, where we looked at if COVID had not occurred, how much money would we have brought in? So because of COVID, our revenue was reduced, and what was that? So the federal government's replacing that.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure that was clear to folks.
Mr. Chairman, before we go on, can I get my math straight here? Tell me if I'm right. If I look at, and rounding it off like Commissioner Parker did, 21 million and 10 million, that's 31 million. $500,000 already spent, so that leaves us $31.5 million. And am I correct when I read the 3.7? Yeah, the 3.7 is a reduction. How do you mean reduction? Is that money we'll not get out of the 17 that we already got, or is that?
This is the whole entire amount. So the top line, 3.785 million, that is what we're reporting, the revenue that we lost during the last year. So that is replacement basically to our general revenue. So because COVID came, our revenue didn't meet expectations, so we did a calculation based on what Treasury provided. So that's not reducing anything from us. It actually gives us an opportunity to expend these funds how we would have if COVID didn't occur.
My apology, and I took it as reduction, as
Right.
that we weren't going to get it from the feds because of one reason.
No, I was utilizing their verbiage, and that's what they're calling it in their calculation, and so it does seem kind of off because it's reduction, but no, they're not reducing anything from our allocation.
And that is a formula they provided, and we'll have to run those revenues again for this year after we complete this fiscal year. So it's kind of a moving target, and we'll bring updated numbers as that captures, and that just allows us to use those monies, as she said, for other budgeted items. So,
Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First question is, are there any strings attached in this money that will compromise Santa Rosa County values?
Santa Rosa County values as in property values, or?
Santa Rosa County, a lot of times when the federal government gives money, and I'm not saying this time, but they put strings attached. And that's one of my concerns. I mean, is it just all, money, infrastructure type deal, or is there stuff that is a red flag, that stands out that could be a problem for our citizens?
The only strings that I see is the reporting requirements. So we do have to report back to the federal government how we're using these and how it meets the guidance. But other than that, I don't see any strings or any kind of negative impact to Santa Rosa County.
Okay, I appreciate that. And it is disappointing that we can't use the money for infrastructure. It's very disappointing. Because I would say, based on what the citizens want, they want infrastructure. Infrastructure, we've heard it from everybody. So I would be for putting it all into roads. We got tons of road projects, but since we can't, there is some good news about this. And I appreciate my comments from fellow commissioners. You all made some excellent points. We can use it for stormwater. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. This is another thing that we need to look to the future in Santa Rosa County. There are places in this country that invested in the future, and they actually solved their stormwater problem to where when it rains, it goes in the gutter and it goes out, and it's not filling up somebody's home. I believe we can achieve that, But we got to start right now. And now we have a pot of money that we can use to solve our stormwater. I agree with Commissioner Cole. Let Milton deal with their own, wastewater treatment plant in a way, and let's put money into stormwater improvements. That's my thoughts. Is let's start and build that up. So that's what I would like to say.
And Commissioner, I would just add to that while it's not a string, I guess it is a restriction. These are federal dollars, so if we're getting grants such as EDA, et cetera, you can't use the ARPA dollars to match other federal dollars. So while it's not a string, it is a restriction that is very similar with other projects. So I just wanted that to be out there in case you come up with a project as a match and it couldn't be used. So.
Okay, well, whatever y'all got to do to put some stormwater in there. Commissioner Parker mentioned earlier that, we can't use it in roads, correct? So what we can do is use it for things that we were already using it for, and then apply other stuff to roads. If we got loopholes, use them so we can give the citizens what they really want, because a lot of this stuff, what the federal government wants, usually isn't what Santa Rosa County citizens want. So we got to bridge that gap.
And as we start talking out our capital plan and bringing that to the board, that unassigned portion, we want to get good clarification on what all we can use that for. But there are some potential uses for that within what the board's direction is. So we'll bring that back to you as we kind of get some final rulings and make sure it all meets.
Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think that 3.785 in unassigned, I think that the premise behind that is that's money that the county projected we would have had COVID not happened. So our way to avoid some strings there is to pull that aside and say, well, that's replenishment, which Treasury said is an acceptable use, and now that, let's call it almost 3.8, can now be used basically with no strings attached. So that can be spent however we want outside of the traditional Treasury guidance on this. I've spoken to some county commissioners from around the county and how they're dealing with it as well, and everyone, other counties, yes, not this county, other counties around the state. Yeah. No, sir. No, sir. Thank you. Clarification, other counties around the state and commissioners from those counties and how they're dealing with it. And the consensus definitely that roads is not an acceptable use from U.S. Treasury. So that being said, I think stormwater and wastewater is very reasonable. I think they're tied together. I think that particularly when you look at how many septic tanks we have around this county and on the peninsula particularly, I think our stormwater issues are directly related, or at least somewhat related to groundwater saturation or ground saturation from septic tanks. So I think the two go hand in hand. And when it comes to the wastewater treatment facility and a joint venture with the city of Milton, I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to draw a hard line in the sand on this one. The city came, asked for assistance. As soon as we started to work towards giving assistance, they started wanting to change and move the goalposts. And I'm not a fan of that. I'll tell you that whatever the board direction is, but where I stand on it, the city of Milton will allow us to be partners, or they can go do it on their own and figure out where their funding shortfalls are going to be, and we'll have to figure something else out. I'm firmly committed to doing whatever it takes to support economic development in Santa Rosa County, but I'm not going to be held hostage by someone that came to us asking us to assist and then wanted to start changing how we assisted them. I'm just not a fan of that. I feel like when you put your hand out there and you give a handshake and start to make a deal, that you stick to your word. And I feel like the goalposts have been moved, and I feel like the information we've asked for keeps getting changed, and I'm just not a fan of that. So I like to know who I'm dealing with and what we're dealing with, and I feel like there's a whole lot of gray area. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm comfortable with these placeholders, and City of Milton can either come to the table and do the right thing, or we'll figure something out on our own.
Commissioner Park?
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank our our chairman, Commissioner Peach, for a good reminder of, actually Jeff Helms had mentioned it during the Woodbine Road presentation. Just like and I appreciate you bringing that up, and I want to really give kudos to that. I think with your engineering background, that we know to do major road projects in any district, there's going to be associated stormwater costs that we could offset a few $1 million potentially on several costs. So I appreciate you bringing that up, because I know we've got projects in your district and my district that could benefit from. And I don't want to go down a rabbit trail on the stormwater. I just want to make sure that I'm good with Commissioner Cole on this. I just say the City of Milton Wastewater Treatment Plant because I can't remember the name that we named it, the Northwest Florida Regional or something. But I don't look at that as, here's the short version. I just say there's a lot of questions. It's tough. In hindsight, I almost think maybe a year ago we should have had a meeting at the community center, the auditorium, where the 5 of us sit and look across the table from them, and it'd be a whole day, almost like a mediation marathon. There's just a lot of questions is all I meant. I am committed to getting there, but right now there's a few alternatives. There's everything from the extreme that throw it to them, give them the money and let them run it. I'm not a fan of that. There's the extreme of we'll build our own plant and we'll deal with everything on this side of the river. And then there's the middle that says we could partner on it. There's the middle that says, how I've mentioned right now, citizens in District 2 that live outside of the city are paying more for water and sewer than citizens that live inside the city. And I think the biggest issue that you really never hear talked about in public is, and I'm going to say this is third party because I haven't looked at the numbers, I can't spit to you exact, but about, is it 30% or something like that? There's a considerable portion, somebody could correct me, I'm either thinking 3 million or 30% of their revenue, they take out of the wastewater, about 3 million, they take out of the wastewater treatment revenue every year, and they supplement it in their general fund. And that's the biggest thing I heard the former administrator, Mr. Shepard, talk about is, hey, if you're committed to doing something, if you say this is a top priority, then your checkbook's got to back it up. Y'all have heard me say that. And if you're taking money away from the treatment plant to pay for sidewalks and speed limit signs, whatever, then you're actually not saying it's your top priority. And so I think that's where we have to have a come together. Because if we're going to spend money, I mean, quite frankly, every dollar we spend in the city of Milton, and look, those are our citizens. This is not a us versus them. This is, I work for every citizen. I don't care if they never vote. I still work for that citizen wherever they live. But every dollar I use in the city of Milton is a dollar I can't use in the city of Gulf Breeze, or I can't use in the community of Navarre or the town of Jay. And so I just got to make sure that it's equitable and fair. And I just want to give those comments. I don't look at this as just a city of Milton problem. I know we've got to fix it. I just don't know where we're at. And it's because these things, I will meet with you, Brad. I wasn't aware that you were meeting with them this week. I'm going to be close to where Commissioner Wright was, but I think you've kind of just heard where I'm at. We're going to have some guarantees because to throw the keys to the city of Milton and let them handle it, and I know you already clarified that, the reason that scares me is because then where are Shannon and Erica when they have that big company and they come in and they say, okay, $2 million impact fee, and then we're taking county money to offset the impact fee for economic development? Because I'm going to tell you, like Pace Water System, where I'm at, they've done a fantastic job of planning ahead. Super capacity, heck, they've said, give it to us, we'll take it. But I will also tell you, as a resident of the Pace system, tap fees have went up considerably. And that means a lot when you're trying to put in a business. So there's a fine dance there, but I just wanted to clarify that. It's not just their problem, it's all of our problem, it's a community, and I'm committed to fixing it. I just don't know how we're going to get there yet.
Sorry. And we kind of need to give Brad some direction on that meeting, and something you just said struck a chord. If we use the money rather than be in a partnership to buy capacity for the industrial parks, the capacity's bought, the capacity's there, we know approximately what we need, and we put that to some sort of matrix that says this is our estimated capacity, we're going to buy it today, and what struck the chord is the cost that keeps going up. If we buy it today for X capacity and don't use it for 5 years, the plant's in place, we have the capacity, and now the tap fee is double X. So just something I'm throwing out there, not saying that's the way to do, but it just kind of rang a bell with me that maybe that's an option that we don't get in the business. We provide the funding and we lock in our price. So.
Commissioner Calkins.
Excellent comments, Commissioner Cole. I would like to say I might have missed some information here because the last time I had a meeting with the city of Milton, what they wanted was the land, that we had, and that was kind of all they were asking for. Now, we had a grant that we obtained. Let me know if, based on what I'm hearing from comments from fellow board members, what is the city of Milton asking for? Because as Commissioner Wright said, the ball keeps moving. I didn't hear that, so I just want to know what are they requesting? Because I need to know this in order to pursue forward.
We are working on a term sheet to bring back to the board at the October 12th meeting, and we've kind of been back and forth with the city of Milton on that. And now that we've moved the wastewater treatment to higher ground, that doesn't allow for the flow of the wastewater into the facility without a master lift station. So that's estimated another $6 million on top of the previous project by relocating the plant. So I'll have it for you October 12th. I'll meet with you as well, Commissioner Calkins, to get your direction that I can take to that meeting. It's just, like you said, it's kind of a moving target. We're trying to come up to a term sheet that he can take to his group, and I can bring back to the board at October 12th to see if we're close to a consensus of the direction we're going. And as Commissioner Cole said, that is one thing that has come up is, reserving capacity for our economic development, and that is hinged upon them signing a couple of permits so that we can get those organizations here and get some building going on out there. And without those, we can't move forward because they have to have capacity on it. So, those are the challenging conversations we're having and trying to work out an agreement. And we plan to have those back to the board at the October 12th meeting.
Okay, I appreciate that, and just so the public is aware, I've had some great conversations with the city of Milton. I think the city of Milton is trying their best and being fair, in my opinion. Now, one of the things is that I remember asking the former administrator about was how much does Santa Rosa County contribute, to the future wastewater treatment plant, and he said $5 million. And then later on, I looked up and found out that it was, we didn't contribute. We went out for a grant, and that grant was given to us. So technically, we didn't contribute anything. And this sewer treatment plant will heavily benefit Santa Rosa County and our economic parks and those kind of things. As far as me helping as a commissioner, a fellow commissioner, I asked Commissioner Cole, lead that effort. He'll have my support in working with the city of Milton, and but I will support helping city of Milton out and funding for sewers treatment plant as it will benefit East Milton, Santa Rosa County residents, and those kind of things. Now, where we're going to get the funding, whether it's through this or other means, that's to be determined. But the district commissioner's got my support on that. Thank you.
Is there other discussion before I open for public comment? Mr. Cooey.
Jerry Cooey, Milton, Florida. I've been waiting 11 years to get some money out of the Triumph Fund. So, is this going to be another one of those that we're going to be down the road? It should be obvious to the five of you. I put a lot of effort in the wastewater treatment plant to get it in a better place. That was the goal of me personally and the watershed committee. But I'm going to have to tell you, I'm shocked at this number this morning. I mean, let's forget about the benevolent federal government and they didn't give us $35 million, how was we going to pay for that sewage treatment plant? You know, this kind of falls into the category of my previous speech, and I didn't cause a problem in East Milton. But you get some extra money, instead of the majority of it helping to alleviate and plan for the future for those of us that live here, we're immediately going to throw it over on something else. To draw out $20 million, I'm going to look at all 5 of you right now and say, please, no. I mean, 21 million out of 35? You know, we have some needs. If the overlords are going to send us the money, let's take care of some of our problems. In all fairness, that sewage treatment plant, I agree with you, Commissioner Cole, from an economic development standpoint, I get that portion of it. The other side of it is just to allow people to build a bunch of houses in East Milton. We currently have a well protection area. We're not supposed to have any sewage treatment plants in that area, or any septic tanks in that area. But to sit here today and even to think about leaving it on the ledger at 21 million of 35 million, I mean, there's got to be more balance there, gentlemen. I mean, if we're going to mortgage our great-grandchildren by taking money from the federal government, let's use it to help people who are here now. You know, that's all I ask. It was kind of shocking this morning to see that large of a proportion to be thrown on one project.
Mr. Chairman, Jerry,
go ahead.
Okay, it's not for one project. This includes, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the ribs also, completion of the ribs, and as she said, what do you mean it's not? She just said it was.
This line item, the way it's written, by no means is completely for the Northwest Florida wastewater treatment plan. It's a line item for the entire county. So as I mentioned earlier, part of this, there's going to be another agenda item today under the wastewater treatment plant for another part of the county. That's going to be under the Restore program. So NAZI's going to present that. But this line item for $20 million is not for one specific project. Other items we also would like to consider is septic to sewer projects throughout the county. So if that was the way it was seen, that was not my intent, that it was for the Northwest Florida wastewater treatment plant. It's for multiple projects throughout the county.
Okay, thank you. The other thing I'd like to correct too, it's not implemented in the well field protection ordinance that you cannot put septic tanks in East Milton. It was proposed that any project over 50 homes would have, that was one of the proposals in that ordinance, but was not adopted. So my concern is you come to the board and say, hey, I bought some property, I want to put in 25 homes, I want to put in 50 homes, whatever it is, and the city of Milton issues that letter that they cannot provide, then the state, even the state statute says you have to go on sewer when it's available. Okay, if that letter says it's not available, then that to me opens the door for somebody to go in there and put in septic tanks, and that's what I'm trying to avoid.
There's 2 things in our society that are guaranteed money makers. Number 1 is garbage collection, and number 2 is sewage treatment plants. And the reason for that is not a lot of people want to be involved with it, but it's a money maker. Well, garbage is a big money maker. As for the city of Milton, I don't understand why they're not capable of borrowing money. I mean, I don't mind helping them a little bit. There was some discussion of that there was some grant dollars. Hey, if on behalf of Santa Rosa County, that the county can assign for grants, you know, that portion of the program, I'm fine with it. But to snatch this volume of money, and I appreciate you clarifying that. Because there are some other things, but I too, as Commissioner Wright has said and as Commissioner Parker has said, the details are tough right now. The details are tough, and if we immediately throw that large sum of money in there, that won't help clarify the details. It'll only keep them muddy. Thank you.
Sorry. I'll wait.
Commissioner Coffin.
I'll be fast. I'm just reading the numbers here and wanted to clarify. It says investment in infrastructure, stormwater, $10 million. Now that's countywide, correct?
Yes, everything is going to be countywide.
Yeah.
Nothing is-
Countywide wastewater, 20 million, countywide. And that's not specifically, saying that it's going to be spent on, it's just countywide $20 million.
Correct.
Okay, and then on the third item, it says Northwest Florida Wastewater Treatment Plant Geotechnical Analyst, Milton, $500,000. $500,000. And so that's a part of it. So all we're spending is, or according to this, is $500,000.
Right now, it's always spent.
Okay.
Correct. That's the only assigned
And
amount that the board
for me,
has
that's a
approved.
reasonable, cost compared in the whole thing. So I believe that you wrote this correctly, and this is all good to me. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Commissioner Parker.
My only thing, and I guess I think about, I think I've started the very beginning with saying, perception is your reality. That's what we were always taught to judge by in law enforcement. One thing we've now just heard a citizen bring forward is, even though we're hearing this as a placeholder, for one, I don't know how much that is to change, but quite frankly, the perception is going to be what is on this paper. And when you fight in stormwater, there's going to be a lot of people say, where is this 21 or proposed 20.9 million going in wastewater? We don't even know because we haven't had the answers today. I think that's maybe a perception-wise that this board could unintentionally sort of lose favor with some of our citizens by this passing, because there's not a comprehensive explanation of where it's going, and I understand placeholders. So my question on this is, can we not have a placeholder that says, okay, it'll be 30 million to be spent on stormwater and wastewater without designating that amount? Because you heard when I first spoke, I said the tough part for me is I just don't know. I don't know how much is going here. I don't know. I mean, I know with the ribs, we've got restore pots and other things. For one, we're being asked to approve this. How easy is it to change? Where does that throw in? And can we just generalize and say, well, this will be split between those without designating? Because one thing he brought up at the end of the day, all this conversation, what the public's going to hear is those numbers, where he just said, well, they're only going to spend, I mean, he just told it for you. He told you the narrative, and I'm kind of learning the lessons the hard way, it seems like, over the past year or two. You'll hear, here's the narrative. He just told you the narrative. The narrative is homes are flooding. Our board just approved this American Rescue Act expenditure category to designate 10 million to flooding, but 21 million to wastewater. He just told us the narrative, and I swear it's kind of like the light bulb, like Commissioner Cole says, sometimes I say something, he thinks of something, and vice versa. Is that the narrative you want out in the public? Because can you defend it? Because if we get an email today and so where's that going? We just admitted we don't know. It's a lot of broad categories. We haven't designated that. Can we generalize that, or do we have to categorize these specifically?
We absolutely can do that. We can put it all basically in the investment in infrastructure, put it all under that line item. Now, based on some of the other agenda items that we have today, maybe that will change if things are approved, where specific dollars will be obligated. But if that's the will of the board to put it all under investment in infrastructure, that's absolutely possible.
I think that would be my recommendation, because there's too many question marks to put it. And I'll give you credit where credit's due. I appreciate Jerry Cooley bringing that up, and especially from an optic standpoint. Because
That's going to be my Facebook post.
yeah, and see, now you can say, you know what, we committed 30.9 million to invest in an infrastructure that'll be determined at a future date on how that's spent under stormwater and wastewater. I would feel a lot more comfortable with that recommendation.
So optics. Jerry, you just said that was going to be your Facebook post. Here's what I'd like to know. I would love for you to provide a detailed list of what you suggest to Jane down there on what you think it should be spent for, and sit down with her and the grants department and look at what the requirements from Treasury are. Because I think that's one of the things I think that when we talk about the narrative that the citizens don't realize, they look at this as, you know, we got almost $36 million to spend and the board's going to spend it recklessly. But there's specific Treasury guidelines that determine what we can and can't do with the money. And we have a staff that's trying to be as creative as possible to make sure that we can use that money the best we can to benefit the citizens. And, you know, stormwater, wastewater, those are both infrastructure items. They're, you know, I think we forget sometimes, we look at roads as the only infrastructure, and they're all tied together, every bit of it. And I feel like staff's kind of getting beat up here a little bit on placeholders. And, I mean, it specifically says right here, next steps. Upon approval, the broad expenditure categories will be reported by October 31, 2021, as required by Treasury, with the understanding that modifications to obligations on the report can be modified at any time. Meet with OMB, Office of Management and Budget, and grants and special programs staff to review unassigned ARPA funds derived from the reduction in revenue calculation. So there's still things that we can do with the money. All we're trying to do is just be transparent and say, hey, generally speaking, this is what we're going to do, and they're required to report this by October 31 to the Treasury Department. I'm having a hard time understanding. And Jerry, that's just my challenge to you, and it's not adversarial, but I would love to hear your suggestions, because we're being told we should do it different, but we're not getting any guidance. So please sit down with Jane and give her some.
Well, I can tell her it won't take but 30 seconds.
Oh, that's great.
We have $120 million of unfunded storm drainage problems in Santa Rosa County. Pick one. Thank you.
Okay. So is there a motion to classify it all as infrastructure, Commissioner Parker? Is that the guidance? Because like she said, a couple line items down, there's going to be an ask for some of this funding to support septic abatement and removal from septic systems. So, but if we put it all in that infrastructure, they'll keep an accounting of where it's going.
I think that stays in line with what Commissioner Wright said. We're committing Treasury. I think the only thing we're changing is the optics, basically with the understanding that we're not sure where that'll shake out yet, and so without assigning it, that we could just present that to Treasury, that amount there, that 87.9%, will go to investment in infrastructure to be spent on stormwater and wastewater, but just not specific allocations. If that is allowable, then yes, I would make that motion to the board that we do that. And
Commissioner Collins.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to classify it all as infrastructure investment with specific breakdowns to come. Is there any discussion?
Chairman?
Yes.
I want to make clear, so for purposes of public notice, what was put on the agenda is the expenditure categories. Are we now moving to state that all money that we receive from this grant is going to infrastructure?
no, just those three line items, the 10 million, the 20.9 million, and the 500,000. Just those items, but just the portion under investment in infrastructure that we not line item that out, but we just put that will be spent on investment in infrastructure without assigning a dollar amount specifically to stormwater or wastewater. But the other ones, the administrative and recuperation of reduction in revenue, would remain the same.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the motion includes that it's stating all of these expenditure categories except for taking out the allocation of stormwater and wastewater. Okay.
Could we get our grants to clarify? Do you have to report the assigned already in a separate line item?
What we would have to report is anything that's been obligated. So as of today, we have $500,000 obligated. At the end of the day, we will have more, hopefully, and then that's what would be reported as obligations.
And I just want to clarify that for the motion so that we keep it separate. And how often do you have to report this to them?
Quarterly.
So
the next report will be
this is just
December
like our other
31st.
federal grants. So there'll be another quarterly report that anything that we've assigned and obligated will be pulled out for the report coming in the future.
Thank you, Brad, and thank you to our attorney. I'll clarify it, then I'm just asking that we submit this as proposed, with the only modification being the line item of stormwater for $10 million and the line item of wastewater for $20.9 million be consolidated to just be a single line item that's for investment in infrastructure. Obviously, any already expended funds can be reported separately.
Amended motion.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Cole.
one question to staff. Does any of this convolute or make this report harder on you, or is it?
No, not at all.
Simple? Okay.
No. And if there's any changes that need to be made, we'll bring them again for the next quarterly report, which will be due December 31st.
Okay. Discussion? We have a motion and a second.
I just want to say a quick compliment. I think you did a great job in getting this together. It's simple, easy to understand, and I appreciate you, Annie, and the staff, and thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have the motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? There you go. Thank you. Item number 3 is Restore Tiger Point Wastewater Treatment and Reclamation Facility Expansion Grant Award. This is discussion and approval to accept a $6 million award from the U.S. Treasury Office of Gulf Coast Restoration for the Tiger Point Wastewater Treatment and Reclamation Facility Expansion Project and execute a subrecipient agreement with the City of Gulf Breeze. So this is the first phase of the regional plan for the RIBS and our tie-in and Gulf Breeze's expansion, correct? Nacy, go ahead.
This is actually a component of the state expenditure plan that has been, there was an allocation from the spill component funds, which is considered Pot 3 of Restore dollars, and it is part of the big picture of the strategic beneficial reuse plan, as well as the big picture to take out, to remove septic tanks from the southern region of our county. So I'm just very happy to report that when we received this award, we received the award for $6 million for the City of Gulf Breeze utility company to be able to complete the construction phase of this project. The design phase has already oh, I'm sorry. No, that's the Soundside Drive one. No, this is the Tiger Point expansion. This is needed because of the fact that they plan on taking sewer throughout the entire southern region, and the capacity needs to be expanded. This is something that is extremely exciting because of the fact that we received this is the 7th project out of the multi-year implementation plan that has been funded, and it's one of the 2 new projects that were included in the amendment number 2 that really considered legacy as well as regional impact throughout the entire county. And so, you know, we received this award, and we received it within 4.5 months of submitting a proposal, which is record time for the U.S. Treasury. So understand part of that had to do with the fact that the City of Gulf Breeze Utility Company had all of the information and all their ducks in a row related to submitting the application. And that along with, so I give them a lot of credit, Thomas Lambert, Samantha, as well as their engineers for helping to bring this application forward, as well as to receiving the award. So I don't know if Samantha would like to speak to this issue, but she is here today, and so I'm just excited to receive the $6 million and hope that you'll accept the award.
Samantha, did you want to address this? I know you came all the way up here. And there's a large portion that the city of Gulf Breeze is bringing to this project as well, correct? Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, absolutely. It's a $26 million project, is that correct?
That's correct.
And note that our portion is only a very small portion. However, it was the last piece of dollar amount that was needed to help ensure that the project is completed, which is a requirement of U.S. Treasury to document and show that you have all the cash on hand and the loan agreements executed prior to submitting the application.
Samantha, go ahead.
Yes, the probable cost estimate is about $24.5 million. The city is borrowing about $18.5 million of that through a low-interest state revolving loan program. The city has set aside savings, has set aside and encumbered its impact fees for years, and also planned the expansion of the Tiger Point Reclamation Facility to coincide with the retirement of another large loan that will free up the debt service that we had been paying in order to make that new payment on the loan. But that's not something that's very exciting for our citizens. It's exciting for us because we know rates aren't going to go up. But I never want to miss a chance to come in front of this board and tell the story of what it is that we have achieved together, because it is big, it's lofty, and it has a lot of component parts. And so it's our commitment through the City of Gulf Breeze that we continue to just celebrate, because we really do feel that this is the beginning of something that most of our citizens are not going to understand until they look back years from now. And I know that you recently received a letter from Mayor Cherry Fitch, who was commending as we are standing on the precipice of moving forward. And so I'm just going to boil it down. Why did impact fees decrease by 20% from $4,300 to $4,200 for new development within our Gulf Breeze Regional Water and Sewer area? Why? Because of this project. Because of the $6 million that we are contributing through Restore for the expansion of Tiger Point, when our utility engaged Raftellus consultants to look at what the cost of future capacity would be, the cost of that future capacity is lowered because of the contribution of the $6 million. And so for new development, that cost of entry just decreased by 20% from $5,300 to $4,200. Why is it that inside the city we now have an 8-year plan to entirely remove septics to sewer? Because of the $6 million. Because the Restore Council said we're looking for projects that leverage funds. And so by using $6 million to expand Tiger Point Treatment Plant, it freed up that money in the utility to be used elsewhere. And rather than just put $6 million towards septic elimination, our mayor and council matched it dollar for dollar. And so they separated the city into zones, and they're achieving applications for low-interest loans, and so they're leveraging that freed up $6 million for a $12 million 8-year plan to entirely remove septics inside a peninsula city surrounded by water on 3 sides. Why have the rates for your county residents outside the city decreased, and why are they paying the same tax as residents inside the city when inside the city is entirely built out, there is no growth, and outside the city has a 22% growth rate? Why is that? Because of the regional reclaim plan that Santa Rosa, Holly Navarre Water System, and Gulf Breeze entered into for the Reclaim Water Loop, it allowed the city to sell 2 spray fields, and with that money, invest it back into our utility so that we could lower rates for citizens. All of that happened because of the partnership with the Board of County Commissioners and the Mayor and Council of Gulf Breeze that starts today with the award of the $6 million for this Restore grant. We are extremely excited for what we have been able to do for your county residents and for our city residents, and we think that it is going to make a huge difference for generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. Well said. Appreciate you coming up. Mr. Cole?
Thank you, Mr.
have-
Chairman. And Samantha, not only is it good news for all the citizens of Santa Rosa County, Gulf Breeze, it being a peninsula, but this is something that, the Estuary Council needs to take care of, because, that's, without a doubt, I don't care how many layers of sand, sediment, whatever you want, that septic effluent filters through, it's still, I'm sure, carrying some nutrients and some bad stuff out into our sound, out into the bay, and I think it's going to be wonderful to get them off. Do you have any idea of the number? I know you said we want to get them all off there, but give us a number of approximately, and this includes businesses too out there.
It does.
Okay.
So Nancy's going to be talking next about a separate project.
Samantha,
Sorry about that.
And I'm kind of wrapping all three of these together right now with that
Yes.
question. So.
And so the question that you have about the septic removal, are you asking about questions for our non-city customers that is next on your agenda, or that 8-year plan that is?
This plan in totality will eventually remove how many septic tanks off the system?
If you didn't have the other 2 items on the agenda, because that's more, that's an addition to, but just this first agenda item is going to remove more than 1/3 of our residents are on septic right now. So it will remove over 600 homes off of septic inside the city.
Thank you. Thank you.
I know this is Commissioner Wright's district, and I'm not going to speak so much to the project, but quite frankly, I couldn't let this pass without knowing. Samantha knows, and many people, because I'll say it in public every time I have the opportunity, Mayor Fitch has a special place in my heart, as well as that community, for just her efforts throughout the decades. Their board is a volunteer board that has had the good thoughtfulness for a lot of good policies, but I wanted to just take a moment to publicly acknowledge Samantha Abel's work on this. You heard me say earlier, well, this is sort of an administrative tool. Her mayor and board rely extensively, I think it's okay to say even more so than we do, especially with the volunteerism type setup of the board, on Samantha's guidance and her vision. And I can say, and I'm not biased just because she was in the best leadership Santa Rosa class ever, but I will say, through her vision and tenacity and persistence, and if a roadblock comes up, she will figure out a way around it. It is hard pressed to say I've ever met a harder government worker than you. It's hard pressed to say I've ever met somebody that doesn't set big goals and big dreams. And I just want to publicly recognize that and recognize your effort in this. I know the elected officials always get, hey, they did this. But I think your board would firmly stand behind everything I say, and especially Mayor Fitch, that we appreciate you as a commission and working through things. But I think a lot of what Gulf Breeze is seeing, especially, over these past, coming up on a decade, has been your commitment to that and your love for the community. And I just wanted to publicly acknowledge that and say that it is recognized and we appreciate it. And I think that shows you the value of a strong, steady leadership at a governmental organization. So I just wanted to give you public acknowledgement of that and say that, you're doing a fantastic job, and we're thankful to have you within the county helping with these projects.
Thank you. That's very kind. The Lord also keeps me humble, and so I came back up to the podium to correct myself. I want you to know that our engineer corrected me. It will be over 900 homes, Commissioner Cole. So I misspoke when I said 600, and that's just because of the multiple items we have on the agenda. I also want to say how much I appreciate working with this county commission. It is exciting for members like myself and Brad and Devan when we get to bring you a win. We do put the work in, but we do it because we're serving you, and you're the ones who are elected by the citizens. So when we get to do things like this, you know, Nazy, Kyle, we have been inspired by this project. It is such a joy to bring something to you that is truly generational. And I say that to Commissioner Parker, who also threw me out of a room the first time we met. If you haven't done SAMSOC yet, Commissioner Wright was there. We are two competitive people, and so I know he appreciates bringing a win. But thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Calkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What we like to see up here is results, and this is what results is. I've been watching the city of Gulf Breeze. I've been watching the leaders there. I would like to say that I am absolutely impressed. I appreciate Mayor Fitch. I think she's a fantastic mayor. I appreciate the nice letter she sent the board. You know, Samantha Abel, you're a fighter. You get things done, and I've been impressed with you the day I met you. I believe that you're proactive, you care, you try, and then here we go. We got results, and that's what the community likes to see. It's what this board likes to see, and Commissioner Wright, you're lucky because you got Gulf Breeze in your district. And but thank you so much. Thanks to Sin the mayor. I appreciate our staff for working with Gulf Breeze, and let's bring more of this to the county. This is a win for everybody, and appreciate everybody's work on it.
May I, Mr. Chairman?
No. Commissioner Wright.
I appreciate everyone's support. Let me first go on the record by saying Class 28 was the best leadership class, and if you don't like it, you're going to have to fight with the sheriff over that one. But I appreciate everyone's support on this. Samantha, you've heard from everybody, but and I think you already know how I feel about you and Mayor Fitch and the city council and the work that everyone's put in. But you know, this type of issue, and I'm just going to lump all three together. I realize that we have to vote on them separately, but let you know where I stand on them. This is very personal to me. You know, last week I was on the Zoom call with I'm going to mess up the name, but it was Perdido Bay, Pensacola Bay, Blackwater Bay, Estuary Council. We keep adding bays in there, make sure we get Santa Rosa County gets their due. But you know, we've got issues with the oyster and water quality, and you know, less flounder in the bay and less redfish than what we had at one point. And you know, it goes back to the stormwater, it goes to the septic systems. It's all tied together. And you know, the south end of the county and the greater peninsula area is very personal to me because of the unique topography we have and the sandy soils. You know, and I think we all, as 5 Republicans sitting here, understand that as conservatives, we should also conserve our natural resources and our waterways and our forests. And I think this is a perfect example of the ability to convert as many people as possible. And I'm going to continue to fight to get septic systems out of the ground and get people converted to sewer. I think it's the right thing to do for our environment. I think it's the right thing to do for economic development. It's just flat out the right thing to do. And I appreciate the board's support and all the kind words for the city of Gulf Breeze. I'm proud to be a resident of District 5 and the Gulf Breeze area. And I think the city of Gulf Breeze, if you look at going back to the economic downturn in 2008 to today, their vision and their leadership and the way they've reacted to challenges, frankly, in different manners than some of the other outlying communities, and where they've gone and how they've thrived during those downturns and all the challenges they've faced, I think they're a good example on how to deal with adversity and how to stick to a plan and keep moving forward. But thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Wright. Okay, I'm not going to reiterate everything they said to thank the mayor and your council, but I also got to thank NACY, because as I sit in these golf consortium meetings and things, it's pretty much, who wrote this package? Oh, NACY from Santa Rosa. Well, then it's perfect. Let's move and get it done. So NACY, you are renowned, and your work on this with the team is absolutely phenomenal, and it rings throughout the whole golf consortium. They know when you submit something that it's going to be spot on, so I appreciate your work with the whole team. So without that, I would recommend approval of the Restored Tiger Point Wastewater Treatment and Reclamation Facility Expansion Grant Award for approval without objection. Hearing none, it passes. Yep, we're going to do Restore Pot 3, Soundside Drive to Septic.
Yes.
This is the construction phase. Discussion and approval submit the construction phase to the Restore for Restore funding. Is there any discussion on this?
I would move without objection.
That is approved without objection. Item number 5 is Restore Soundside Drive B Septic to Sewer ARPA request. This is discussion and approval of an allocation of $2 million from the ARPA funds we just discussed to allow for the abandonment of approximately 103 septic systems within the Fairpoint Peninsula. This is due to cost increase of the original construction project.
Yes, the original construction project was estimated over 5 years ago. We are currently in the design phase. It's underway. There were several town meetings, conversations with citizens by the design firm to be able to assess who is interested in participating, and a majority, over 117 property owners had agreed to participate, and all the other new connections will be connected. This is at no cost to the residents to do the initial connections. So because tap fees are disallowed, impact fees are disallowed. So this is another portion that is necessary to ensure that the project is completed, in which something that we had promised on our state expenditure plan for since 2018.
Okay, so just for clarification for folks, this will show in the ARPA that we put it all under infrastructure instead of the 500,000, it'll show 2.5 obligated out of that, and this 2 million will go towards this septic project.
That is correct, and the 2 million allows for a little bit of contingency. Note that the estimated cost is 1.7 million. However, as construction, as we get to that point, we just wanted to ensure that allocation.
Yep. Commissioner Wright.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so prior to getting elected, several years ago, when these meetings first started down at the Tiger Point Community Center, I did attend them just as a citizen, although it doesn't affect my where I live. And then once elected, there was another meeting I went and attended and spoke to the citizens. This is a huge opportunity for those residents on Soundside Drive, and once again, get people off of septic systems onto sewer, and I would move this without objection.
Hearing none, that item passes.
I just would like to make one point in clarification for the record, just to ensure, because in the beginning I had misspoke. The item number 3 comes from the direct component funds, which is our multi-year implementation plan, and item number 4 comes from our spill component funds, which comes from our state expenditure plan. So there are 2 different pot efforts, or restore efforts instead of pot. So I just wanted to confirm that for the record to ensure that that the people know.
And that's why we have you, NACY. You keep us straight. We appreciate you.
Right.
Thank you.
I appreciate y'all.
Congratulations. This is well done. Item number 6 is Pensacola Perdido Bay Estuary Program FY21 Community Grant Award. This is to accept a grant in the amount of $16,573 to identify our watershed, replace our watershed signs, and bring attention to which watershed folks are in. This competed through the Estuary Board specifically for this. Is there any questions or discussion on this one?
Jerry Cooey, Milton, Florida. I appreciate seeing this here. You know, that's our first little step out of the box as the Watershed Protection Committee. I think it's a great program. It's about education. It's about people understanding where they're standing at. And my hat's off to the Board of County Commissioners, and I look forward to seeing those signs put up. Thank you.
And they will be there, and you could help us out too, Jerry, because Commissioner Cole and I both sit on that board, and the next pond cleanup is Pond Creek.
Right.
And
that's the 9th, right?
The 9th. If you could help promote that, because they had a good turnout for the one in Escambia, but I think we can get a better one here.
Okay.
And that'll be just the first creek that we get in the program to clean up. So if you could really help us push and get volunteers out there for the Pond Creek cleanup, I'd appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thanks, Jerry. Hey, if there's no other discussion, I recommend approval without objection. Hearing none, that item passes. Item number 7 is a letter of support for the Forest Legacy FY23 proposal. This is discussion and approval of a letter of support for the Forest Legacy FY23 proposal. This has to do with the Trust for Public Lands and their efforts to procure lands around Whiting Field and other areas to help put them into conservation rec. So this is a letter of support. They need to apply for those FY23 funds. We've done this in the past. I can tell you now I have a meeting with this gentleman at 2 o'clock, and we're not just looking at Whiting Field. We're looking at other lands in the county that they may be interested in purchasing for us and putting into conservation rec in areas that really don't have a lot right now. So this is a great program, and I'll be happy to sign this letter of support. If there's no discussion, I would recommend approval without objection. Hearing none, that item passes. Item number 8 is a letter of support for the People's Hospice and Palliative Care. Commissioner Cole, I believe this is your item. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we have Lucy Bailey here with us today. Lucy came out of retirement and twisted my arm, but didn't have to twist it real hard to get me to put this on the agenda. And Lucy, I'm going to let you explain it. I see the gentleman who was with you today must have had to leave. So
Yes, he did. I'm Lucy Bailey from Baghdad, Florida, and I'm here to represent Tim Butel, who was the owner that was sitting here, but he had to excuse himself, and he apologizes. What we're asking for is a non-binding letter just of support for us getting the certificate of need for hospice. It will be all the way from Escambia County to Walton County. And some of the advantages to the Milton area and the surrounding areas here in Santa Rosa County is that he is committed, the owner, being the owner, Mr. Butel, is committed to putting in an office here for the hospice services. We currently do work with our People's Home Health in Santa Rosa County, but we do not have a location here in Milton. So that will add jobs and some, taxes and revenues and that sort of thing. The other thing is that he has committed to a foundation, People's Foundation, that will take care of our needy, our homeless, with financial support, room and board, things like grocery bills. When they go home, they don't have any groceries. It's a comprehensive plan, and he's simply asking for a non-binding letter of support that we can present to the Agency for Healthcare Administration so that we can get the hospice certificate of need. And we would appreciate your vote of confidence in that endeavor. And that's basically what we're asking for.
Okay. Any other board members have a question? All right. Seeing none, I'm going to ask that we move this without objection.
We going to have any discussion outside of that? Or we gonna...
Yeah, we could open it up for discussion. Sure.
All right. I'll open it to the floor.
Sure.
Kerry Smith, East Milton, Florida. Nothing against Miss Bailey and their organization, but I don't know, I sent all 5 of you guys something yesterday in an email, and it was brought to my attention that we have a 501(c) company coming in to do a hospice. Okay? My question to you guys is, what have y'all done to research this company before you throw an endorsement out there? Because I know that since this certificate of need is out there, there's more than one company going for it. I think there was one death over the threshold that created this certificate of need. And I just want to know, as 5 members that are going to throw an endorsement out there, what do we know about the company? Because here's where I go with the 501(c) in the medical field. They tend to be more administrative centered. And that's looking at the data. For-profits tend to be more patient centered. And the reason being is they've got a report card to fill. This company, as a home health care, has a 2.5 in Medicare.gov. So if we're in, and then I took it to that point because, you guys know me, if I see trash, lawnmowers, or something in the agenda, I jump up. But I see healthcare in the agenda, and I'm starting to jump up because these things right now are pretty important. What do we know about the company? I looked into Mr. Tim Butel. I think I said that right. Tim Butel. Well, he's affiliated with Longleaf Hospice out of Atlanta. And I'm like, are we going to be a national hospice company? I mean, are we asking these questions? Because there's other questions to be asked from that. We already know where we're at with the Santa Rosa Medical Center, where they're going on county property, and we're fighting that battle. Now, I know from my people that are in hospice, there's going to be a big exodus because of these mandates. Are we dealing with a national company here that's going to be mandating shots? Yeah, there's a lot of questions to be asked before we start endorsing. And that's where I want to go. And I want you to know that this is nothing against anybody. It's just things we need to start paying attention to.
I can address it is not a 501(c). That is the foundation that that Tim Butel has committed to open a foundation so we can collect money, raise money, so that we can do these things that we want to do. And he's committed to like $15,000 towards being able to fund some of these commitments he's made. As far as he was born here in Milton. He lives in Gulf Breeze. This is not a big corporation like he's thinking. Now, the options for this certificate of need is that he's the only locally owned and operating in this local area. The others are from out of town, okay? They're big corporations. So no, we're not dealing with, it's some confusion, I think, with that. Now, yes, he does own, I think, two hospices, but that gives him the ability to understand what it takes to run a hospice. So it's not national, it is basically local. It's Alabama. And he has been trying for 10 years to get this certificate of need. He told me this. He said, I would give everything else. I'd give up my, he's just committed to this. And he's local, he wants to stay here and raise it, and he's raising his family here. So I've worked with him now, I think it's been like 12 years. And he's been and he's going to be upset that I'm talking about him like this, but he's been the best boss. And if you looked at our mission statement, our word is our bond, and he means it because I've tested him. So you're not endorsing anything, you're simply saying that you will support, if we get it, and we have no guarantee that we'll get it because I think there's probably 12 trying to get the certificate of need for hospice. You're just simply saying you'll support us and that you like what we're proposing as our commitments. So that's all we're asking. It's non-binding. You're not giving up anything. It's when you have to provide ACA, you have to have this Agency for Healthcare Administration. You have to show that there's community support for you to come into their community and provide hospice. I do not believe in my heart of hearts that you will be disappointed if we get this certificate of need.
Okay. And I'll add to that, there's no financial cost to the county for this. Again, it's non-binding. And Lucy, right now, who provides any hospice service in Santa Rosa County to indigent folks?
Well, I don't want to say because I don't really have numbers or know, in detail about them. I only know about us. But there's there's probably only 3 hospices that come into this area.
All right,
There's
thank
3.
you. Thank you. Thank you, Lisa.
But we will be focusing on the underserved. And there's areas, there were 30 homeless people that died on the street, okay? Homeless, they could have qualified for hospice. Hospice means they get comfort for their pain, for whatever they're going through. So it's a win-win. It truly is a win-win for our area. I live here, and I would trust people's hospice and a palliative care.
All right. Any other questions for Ms. Bailey?
Thank you. I'll tell you, as someone that, just a year ago had to put a father into hospice and deal with that, and luckily he was of the means and had Medicaid and the ability to pay. But I can only imagine when you're trying to provide some pain relief and some type of quality of life in a person's final days on this earth, how difficult and miserable and what a bad experience that must be for someone who doesn't have the financial means to do so. Whether it be a homeless person or maybe somebody that has a home but just doesn't have doesn't have much these days. And I think it's a great mission, and it shows true compassion for those that are oftentimes most forgotten about. A lot of times people turn a blind eye to them and want to pretend they don't exist. And I appreciate what you guys are doing. And I mean, it's simply a letter of support to show that, we'll accept you into the community to provide that service. And I fully support it. I can't imagine why we wouldn't.
Thank you. Commissioner Wright couldn't have said it best. I fully support it also. And I appreciate you, and I appreciate what you do and what your organization does. And I also want to thank Commissioner Cole for bringing this to us, and thank you.
Any other comments from board members? All right.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your
You had
time.
your opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
I've been addressed. I want to come back with it. I've got one more question. So the other question is okay, if we're not going to go 501(c), and that's what I'm understanding, correct? Here's where I'm at with 501(c), and that was my red flag. My red flag was 501(c), and for-profits, they're looking for tax breaks, so they're looking for write-offs. I love for-profit medical. So that's where I'm at. When I see 501(c) coming into medical, that's where I get a little knee-jerky, and I'm going, okay. Because I had an indigent brother that died in hospice, but he was taken in by a huge for-profit hospice company. They look for ways to shelter. So that's what they do. That's why they go into patient-centered. That's my knee-jerk. 501(c), are we looking into the board of directors? Are we seeing what payrolls are? Because that's more administrative-centered, and that's what I always knee-jerk on, 501(c)s, and a county commission that's going to endorse that. I'm like, okay, I'm looking at that. So I want you guys to know where I'm going. Not saying let's not help the homeless, because they're going to be helped. They're always there. So that's what I've got.
All right, if there's no other comments, I'd like to make a motion without objection for the letter of support to be signed.
Hearing none, it passes.
Thank you.
Item number 9 is Community Health Northwest Florida mammogram machine update. Again, Commissioner Cole, do you want to take this one? Or?
I appreciate the board putting this on the agenda and Cal bringing it to us. And I guess, we discussed it the other day, the need for this and the breakdown of how it's going to be handled. I think the only thing I would have to add is there's $62,325 difference in a new machine versus refurbished. I guess my question would be, what's the warranty on either machine? Do we get a better warranty on a new machine, or?
Sure. So there's Chandra is here to answer those questions. The only comment I wanted to make is after the last meeting, it took us a little time to get the estimates from the manufacturers. So I just wanted an open and transparent comment to those who really are watching online that we were not able to get the estimates in time to have them published online. And so Chandra will be happy to answer your questions and go through the estimates. Thank you.
So we can get them on record. The refurbished machine is $356,258. A brand-new machine is $418,583. And if we're going to get more bang for our buck or longevity out of a new machine for $62,325 difference, then it's going to be up to the board to make that decision.
Yeah, actually, it's the cost of the machine only, which is that top line. The refurbished is $269,258.
Oh, excuse me,
and the
I'm
new
sorry.
is $331,583. The other amount, the additional $52,000 for staffing, $30,000 for reads, and then $5,000 for building improvements, Community Health would take that on. So our request is a consideration for just the purchase of the machine only, but it is a difference of $62,325 between a refurbished and a new. A refurbished is anywhere from 5 to 7 years. The warranty is the same. It's a 1-year warranty on either refurbished or new for parts and labor. The machine that we quoted out for the new is a GE, and it's a 1-year parts and labor, but GE certified technicians are in the area, and there might be a little bit more response time on having someone in the area that's certified to work on the machine. The difference between the refurbished and the new, there is a marketing portal that comes along with it. There's some additional training and on-site support in the installation process. One of the questions you asked last week was, what is the time in getting the machine? For a new, it's roughly 14 weeks from the date of the order. For a refurb, it depends. It depends on if they have one in stock, so it could be less, it could be more. And one other item I'd like to point out that isn't on your comparison is that in the new, as we look to build this program, if at some point we wanted to be able to do needle biopsies on site, the GE machine has the capacity at a later date for us to add on an attachment to the machine where we could do the biopsies on site. So.
All right. Board members, you've heard the comments. Commissioner?
I have a comment. First, thank you for everything you do, and people that missed it, thank you for Commissioner Cole for having this added to the agenda. I know it's in your district. Friday, a near and dear friend of mine who actually lives in Gulf Breeze, I feel like it's all coming together from what we just heard, made a Facebook post, and I've done really good at not hardly looking at Facebook this year, so I try to limit myself to no more than like 2 minutes every week or two. But this is very pertinent. I'll sum this up in under 1 minute. This is a senior citizen who went on to say, you know, cancer's bad. He said, you know, let me start off by saying, when he talks about his cancer that's been in remission, that he just got back from MD Anderson Institute, where he's had his 4th surgery. They were able to find it quickly. This is the important part. He said, let me say the cancer doctors here are great, but the machines which detect cancer are old and only marginal in effectiveness. He goes on to talk about his experience at MD Anderson and how catching it quickly allowed him to have a very less invasive surgery, get back to driving much quicker, and he reiterates this long post by reaffirming, and this is the kind of guy, he wouldn't sugarcoat it if it wasn't there, but I just thought about this today as we're talking about these machines. He says, please understand that doctors here in the Pensacola area are wonderful and caring and are the best that we could ever hope for. I just question the cancer machines which have failed me here but saved my life at MD Anderson. And this gentleman's battled cancer. There's a few people in this room that would know who it was if I said his name. With that and reading the backup, yes, they both have a 1-year warranty, except the one that you're going to get is going to be 5 to 7 years old from Jump Street, and the other one's 1 year. This is out of the normal trend. Hey, we weren't thinking about this when we were planning the budget a year ago, but quite frankly, it's like, whether you talk about public safety or anything, if this is a machine we're going to spend money and invest on, if it could save one person's life or catch cancer in one person, even if none of us will ever meet them, any of us that have ever had a family member affected by that, I don't think could ever argue with the fact that we want the personnel that are going to be reading these mammograms to have the absolute best and most updated machine that will be better for years to come. So with that, I just want to say, this is your district and you'll be making the motion, but I will strongly support the new machine. And I just wanted to read that post because of the timeliness that God allowed me to see that on Friday.
Anybody else?
I just, you know, we've got a great group down in Navarre, Frankie and Johnny, the Pink Pirates. They do a lot with breast cancer, you know, so I would hope, you know, you can continue to work with them. And, you know, I agree with Commissioner Parker. I appreciate you putting the detail in this, that you're going to maintain this thing and all that. So I'm ready to fully support you, Commissioner Cole.
Commissioner Wright.
Thank you. Yeah, wholeheartedly support it. I think the cost difference to go from, we're talking about technology, 5 to 7 years in technology is a long time. So the opportunity to have a new machine that is state-of-the-art, I think is certainly a more wise use of the money. I have a question on the marketing portal. Is that a marketing portal that allows you to now market to people that need the service to help cast a bigger net?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that alone, right there, gives you the opportunity to reach out to a person that may not realize that they had an opportunity to go get a mammogram. That one person can be the life saved. I mean, to me, it's a no-brainer. 100% support.
Commissioner Coggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say I love women, and I appreciate Commissioner Cole
I'm glad.
bringing this to our attention to help us save women. And so that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Guess that's why you're married to one.
That's right.
Better be only one woman.
All right. Well, I think you've heard the direction of the board, and that should make you very, look at her smiling.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, I'm going to make a motion now that we go ahead and go with the new machine, and do so without objection.
Hearing none, that item passes.
Thank you,
for all you
gentlemen.
do. Okay, we'll move on to the Services and Development Committee. Commissioner Calkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 1 is approval of SHIP Substantial Rehabilitation Project located at 6618 Clayton Lane, and discussion and approval to award Adam Mott's Construction LLC as the low bidder for the Housing SHIP Substantial Rehabilitation Project, and to allow the project to exceed the program maximum of $35,000. Is there any questions by any of the board? Seeing no questions, I would move for approval without objection.
Hearing none, that item passes.
Thank you. That concludes the Services and Development Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And just as an aside, they're going to be coming back to us. These dollar limits were set a long time ago when construction wasn't up, so I believe they're in conference so these items don't have to wait for the board. They'll be coming to us in October with proposals for different approval limits. So look forward to being able to expedite those processes. Thank you, Commissioner Calkins.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay. Yeah, I got a 1 o'clock too, so we'll move through the rest of this. Commissioner Cole is going to excuse himself. We'll move right into Operations and Safety Committee. Commissioner Parker.
Thank you, and I want to recognize, so you don't think I forgot you, Mr. Maloney being here. I did get your email that you sent in Friday. Item number 1 is concerning the engineering for Woodbine and Shamucka drainage projects. We had a great presentation on this. We've got 2 highly esteemed folks from Baskerville Donovan back there in the back row if anybody has technical questions, but I think the board was pretty clear on the directions last week. This is the task order so that they can feed their families and work on this project for us to solve the drainage. And if there's no further questions or comments, I'd recommend approval without objection.
Hearing none, that item passes.
if I lose one more of y'all, I'll have to stop. Next item is, this is concerning an engineering item on Westminster Field Road. This is something that the board's been made aware of a couple times over the past year or two. This is really part of a much larger project where we worked on corridors, and we had Genesis Hoff do some designs. We realized some good things, and we also realized some shortfalls. And so the couple items that this is for is asking American Consulting, which y'all got to hear a presentation from about the Woodbine project. They're right there on Woodbine, local firm, to be able to do traffic along West Spencerfield. The biggest things they're being asked to design are the traffic signal and turn lanes up there at the new entrance to Benny Russell Park. And I know if nobody else, my preacher and his wife and probably thousands of others will be glad that those speed humps will get removed as part of this. You ever watch a fire truck go over speed humps, and if they're coming to your house, you'd want to move too. So that's a big thing. And then down at West Spencerfield and Giddens is probably the biggest backup when school lets out in my district. And there's a road that is not lined up with that intersection for anybody that hasn't been there. So they'll be working with, I believe, the Giddens family to procure whatever right-of-way we need to align that intersection and also signalize it. The one thing on here, and I brought up Mr. Maloney being here, and I want to answer the comment, and I kind of do it publicly, about saying that you never heard back on this. Quite frankly, the mid-block connection is not something me and Rebecca had some conversations about, but there's a mid-block crossing at Winter's Gates that's proposed with a flashing beacon. I could let Rebecca speak on it if necessary, but I think the big thing where she's trying to propose is this is Winter's Gate, and I went and looked because of your email on that. Winter's Gate has sidewalks in their subdivision, and they just put in sidewalks along Westminster Field. That developer paid for that, but the county took it over for maintenance. And so it's trying to do a crosswalk there at the sidewalks. The difference between 12 Oaks is really the same as 1,000 Oaks on East Milton, and my comment I will still stand behind. If you do it for one, you're really obligated to do it for all. But those subdivisions don't have sidewalks. So in theory, whether it be 12 Oaks or 1,000 Oaks or Joggers Lane or any of those around Spencer Field, they're not walking on a sidewalk to get there. And so I think the question becomes, and I'm not trying to discount you, I'm really assuming, and Rebecca can come up here if I'm wrong in any of this, that we're not going to build crosswalks to sidewalks from roadways that don't have sidewalk connections. I think that's the difference, is now that the county took over the maintenance of the sidewalks along the east side of the road, we're building a sidewalk or a crosswalk between two county-owned and maintained sidewalks. And that's the difference. It's not that I don't love you guys just as much. I mean, I represent y'all as well, but I think that's the difference. It would be doing it from sidewalk to sidewalk rather than a non-sidewalk entrance. But if there's any questions or comments, I will definitely defer to our engineer, Rebecca, in the back. And that's from, or if there's any citizens, if you'd like to address the board, you're absolutely more than welcome to.
Well, after 3 hours, I probably ought to.
Yes, sir. No, hey, I appreciate the citizens that do come. We'd have to listen to ourselves if nobody else got up there and talked.
I will try to be short. Dale Maloney, Pace, Florida. I thank you. You have communicated. I did send that out late because I didn't see it on the agenda until late. Yes, 12 Oaks is a one ingress community of about 57 homes in the HOA, about 8 homes that sit on Tucker Drive, which are not in the HOA. We do not have sidewalks. And I think, unfortunately, I can't blame anybody that's standing there, but it should have been done a long time ago. I've lived here only 6 years. Where I came from, a developer could not put in any subdivision without putting in concurrency factors of traffic lights and sidewalks and the like, including drainage. So what I am upset about, or not upset about, but I did ask you a long time ago about a sidewalk crossing, because even though we do not we're not able to have sidewalks because we still go over to Benny Russell. You know, and to go across that road, especially right now with the speed bumps. Because, by the way, I did see an ambulance going up there the other day, and that was just not a pleasant sight at all. But to get back on topic, to get to Benny Russell, which is now a place to go, we still have to cross the road. Whether we walked on a road in a very small subdivision to get there, we still have to cross the road. And at that time I spoke with you earlier, I had asked, is there any possibility that the developer could put a sidewalk to the road? Because right now, the weeds are seriously, oh, he left. Because this guy's always talking about the weeds are probably 3.5, 4 foot high, even though the county has now taken over that situation. And I still think just a painted sidewalk with 2 signs, I'm not looking for electricity or anything else, just 2 signs that say blind entrance, pedestrian walkway or something to that, because it is very difficult to get out of our subdivision, and God forbid there should be any major thing. That's the only way we have. We don't have 2 entrances or exits like other places. We have 1. And I will tell you, I have had to adjust my schedule, even as a retired person, because if I need to go out in the morning, I set myself back or I set myself early, because you cannot get out on that road. People do not turn or do not let you turn out. You know, my thing here is, why is there always enough money to do it over and not enough money to have done it right? And I appreciate the road bumps, but I would not have...
I want to say, and I think I'll have the support of my colleagues here, is back when me and you first talked, obviously there wasn't the funding and there wasn't a red light going in, there wasn't turn lanes going in, and pretty significant improvements that we're talking about here. I'm in support, and I would assume my fellows would be too, of a painted crosswalk. Probably, and I think the totality of that conversation is, no, we're not, maybe, if we can get away with it, I don't know, I see Rebecca on the edge of her seat, with not doing ADA compliant. I don't want to have to build a sidewalk to no sidewalk. If we can do a painted thing without getting into pouring concrete for no sidewalk, then I fully support that. But I want to be abundantly clear, and there might hopefully be 2 people watching that care, but I nor the PIO, who was Brandy Bates at the time, Brandy Whitehurst now, that was there, Sarah Whitfield was with me with the PIO, 5 commissioners on this board, multiple public statements that I made, documented. I mean, they're on Facebook, they're on email. I did not vote to put in speed humps. We voted for speed tables just like you described. I took my boys on vacation. I remember they were done during, I think, spring break, because I was out of town. I come back and said, oh my God, what happened? Rebecca wasn't the engineer at that time. It was Roger Blaylock. I can tell you, and Sabrina White will probably tell you, I had so many statements that I told the former assistant county administrator tons of times, and the former administrator, but he was, you know, just like Brad over Public Works, to take those speed bumps out. I've gotten so many complaints, speed humps. I've gotten complaints, my wife hates them. I said the first person that ever called me was my preacher, saying his wife about bottomed her car out. I've talked about, I want to be abundantly clear, this board voted and I put out to multiple citizens they'd be speed tables, and that's what we voted on. And I even had Mark go back, and it's all public record. This board voted on it. There was some changes in the engineering design, and they modified it to speed humps, but there was a cataclysmic breakdown from what our board originally voted on and communicated to what was put in. But I want to say that, but ultimately we're responsible. And I'll say this, that it's taken years of having those there, and I don't like them either. And Amy will tell you, Rebecca will tell you, I've said in plenty of private meetings, that ain't going to happen again in my district. It'll be speed tables only, the new policy the board saw. And so I hope that you'll appreciate the persistence that, even though it's taken a lot longer than me and you would like, this is the step towards, and it specifically says in here, remove existing speed humps. Because you're right, I've been beat up on them speed humps.
The real bad thing with 12 Oaks is when somebody goes over that 4th speed hump going north, they're hitting the gas, and if somebody is coming out of 12 Oaks, whether it's a child trying to go to the new Benny Russell or whether it's a car, you know, we have a sign there that is legal, I'm assuming, you know, it says 12 Oaks, but you have to look left, you have to look right, you have to look left, you have to look right, you have to look left, and then you put your hands together, put the foot on the gas, and hope like heck you can get out of there.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Colton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fully support this request, but I also want to make a note also. See, I didn't know that. I thought, you know, usually you were getting blamed for those speed bumps when it wasn't your fault. And this is why I'm proud of DeVan Cook, our new county administrator, who put out a letter that says we're going to get information, we're going to, you know, so all of a sudden, you know, fellow commissioners don't wake up and all of a sudden have to answer for something that they didn't push for. So I think we're headed in the right direction with our new administration. Those speed bumps are irritating. I have to use that road now because Hamilton Bridge Road is closed, so I can't go down that way no more. And they're irritating. They don't work. So I'll support the district commissioner on removing them and just get rid of them. Also, another idea that I would support. I mean, you got a Benny Russell Park, get a stoplight over there possibly. So
Well, yeah, that is included in this. They're going to build a stoplight, a turn lane, and get rid of the humps. And the whole point.
I agree with everything. My apologies. I agree with everything. All I want is a crosswalk so that we can get out of our subdivision safely going across. You know, I agree with the stoplights and et cetera. It's not a problem. It's just
Rebecca, can we do that without an expensive ADA? You know what I'm talking about. I don't want to have to build a connection, just go paint the road.
Right, and we have some other crosswalks like that. It's just a mid-block crosswalk. It's pretty standard signage, advanced warning signs, and the crosswalk kind of is what we have right now at Hamilton Bridge and Benny Russell, in East Spencer. So we have several of those. It shouldn't be an issue.
And Sam, I had one installed, so they can do it.
Okay, perfect. And just, like I said, for the record, I'm not beating up on anybody specifically. It was a huge breakdown in communication from the board, because the reason I brought out the PIOs, we went and did videos out there saying speed tables were coming. Speed tables and speed humps are abundantly different. There's even public record where I've taken pictures at Troy University of some of their speed tables and sent it to Public Works Department asking about it. So that's my only thing. I'll be honest with you, I've been beat up over the speed humps. I told Commissioner Calkins before he ever got elected, he heard me get beat up over it. And that's why I'm telling you, Sabrina, if nobody else can testify, Sabrina can, that she has heard me say, I want those up so bad. But I understand now it was a design. So now to go back and change it, we've got to update this. And so thank you, Rebecca. If you will please make the change, and I'll put it in the motion that we approve it as recommended with the addition that we add in a painted and signage crosswalk there at 12 Oaks. And Mr. Maloney, thank you for your persistence. I mean that. You have always politely and cordially advocated for your neighborhood, and even with this. And I want to tell you, I wasn't trying to slip one by you because I didn't see the agenda before you did. I knew this was coming, but I'm talking about specifically the mid-block thing. But I appreciate you watching it. I appreciate you advocating it, and that means a lot, because you hear us talk about publishing agendas. You don't hear this man get up and speak very often. He's not an advocate for, other communities, but I think this shows the importance of the communication with the citizen.
And on first of all, thank all of you. And one closing thing, am I allowed to go down and cut the side, but we cannot see going north? Because there's a gentleman that lives back there in a trailer that has a mailbox, but the weeds around the mailbox are taller than I am.
I'm going to give you an answer, and I'm going to make a statement. We just approved in our budget, hopefully hiring 11 more people in Public Works specifically to help with mowing. I know that part along that sidewalk is far less than we want in the community, but I know you're talking about the right-of-way. I ain't the attorney. She may comment. This might be one of them old Army policies, don't ask, don't tell. If the grass gets mowed, I don't know that we can officially give you the blessing, but if it gets mowed, we ain't going to be chasing down who mowed it either.
At my age, I heard you loud and clear. Thank you.
I'll make that motion to approve of those amendments that I stated without objection.
Hearing none, it passes.
Thank you. Item number 3 is Discussion and approval of contract award for Ingram signalization for the new traffic signal at Gulf Boulevard and Navarre Beach. And Navarre Beach Causeway in the amount of $340,274 with a 3% contingency is the apparent low bidder, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents and authorize the county administrator to approve utilizing the contingency fund. I think this is going to speak to Commissioner Peach's tenacity, so if there's anything you would like to say on this?
Yeah, no, I just appreciate y'all's support. This is, you know, the main cause of traffic backups on the beach, and this signal will be the state-of-the-art signal with the mile vision that we're going for. And when we get those cameras on at 98 and 87, it'll synchronize that. The only push, Rebecca, and I see there's 210 days performance in this. Spring break is coming fast, so if Ingram could get motivated and get this done before we go into the next season with spring break, it would be muy appreciated.
Yeah. And I just want to verify before you say something. I read it and I verified with the map, but I wanted to make sure I didn't sound like an idiot. This is for right there at the Tom Thumb on the beach.
The Tom Thumb, Broussard's.
And this is
and
going to
the
be a
entrance
smart
to-
signal so that
Yes.
in the summer they can flush the traffic.
Yep.
Thank you, because you've heard me complain about traffic on the beach when I go, so thank you for that.
Well, this is a lot cheaper than a $1.4 million roundabout that would take an education plan, so this is a good, and FDOT's thrilled with this as well.
So the difficulty on timing is procuring materials. So right now, they're about 4 months out for getting the mast arms and so they've actually already ordered the mast arms. He's like, a week ago, he's like, can I go ahead and order? I said, sure, go ahead. So I figured it was going to get approved. So that's, as soon as we get the materials on site, that signal will go up pretty quick.
Yeah, we're all hostage to the supply chain, and we all know there's 64 cargo ships sitting outside LA waiting to get unloaded. And our cameras are probably sitting on those.
Just because we do have folks that are watching and folks from PACE, the one at Education in Chumuckla, where are we at on that? I know the mast arms are we still waiting on parts?
No, sir. Of course, the signal heads are installed, so we're waiting. Had been waiting on the permit for the electrical. Contacted Gulf Power, and Gulf Power told me late last week, 3 to 5 days, business days, to get power to the signal. As soon as Gulf Power signalizes or energizes the signal, then you'll start seeing the flashing, and then it'll come down to.
So we're
really close.
Fantastic. All right. Commissioner Peach knows a guy at Gulf Power if you need him. So no, thank you, Commissioner Peach, because honestly, this is going to be great if it works like it's supposed to. So I'd make a motion to approve without objection.
Hearing none, it passes.
Item number 4 is approval of an agreement with WPR to haul recyclables from the county central landfill to ECUA's materials recycling facility in Escambia County. Any questions or comments on this? Commissioner Peach?
Yeah, I just want to clarify. So the MRF in Escambia is still down, correct? So no recyclables are going to ECU?
That's correct, and that was part of the agreement, that if we were not transporting, the initial bid, which they were the sole bidder, he was requiring a 5-day commitment. We negotiated with him saying we don't have enough recyclable for 5 days, so we agreed we would just assure 3 of those days. But if we do not have anywhere to deliver it, we'll pause any of this contract.
Yeah, because I remember when we started this contract, we put some guarantees in because he was making a capital investment, and as I read through it, I saw that change. So that's all. I just wanted to make sure folks are aware recyclables aren't being collected or transported at this moment because of the ECUA. Okay, I'm good.
Make a motion to approve without objection.
Hearing none, it passes.
Item 5 is discussion and approval to grant the Jubilee Development Group access to their parcel through the county's unmaintained right-of-way at the end of Mahogany Drive. I was trying to flip over to this. Is there any questions or comments or any issues from Public Works on this?
No, I think that just for clarification, this adheres to our new unmaintained easement policy, Brad.
It does adhere to that, and we have the documents filled out in there. I guess the main concern to make the board aware of is there has been some citizen emails referencing them hauling of logs out of the different areas, and we believe it is the intention to use this for hauling of the timber.
I would definitely defer. I haven't seen those emails. I would defer to the district commissioner, Commissioner Calkins on this. I could definitely see this as an Ibis Road situation where those folks probably never expected to see that coming in and out. I know thank God it's a smaller road than that, but I would refer to his judgment on this. He's going to have his ear to the ground closer than that. Is any issues with this, or are you good?
I don't
to go
have any
with it?
issues with it.
Okay.
Jerry Cooey, Milton, Florida. Does Jubilee have access off of Willard Norris and the Berry Hill? I mean, they already
To my
have.
knowledge, they have access for sure, at least off of Luther Fowler and Willard Norris. Maybe Berry Hill. It's so weird now, too, with who owns it, which partners are good with it. I mean, we went through all that mess when they tried to donate it, and then I don't even know. And that's why I don't know what's happening with it.
So the road that is listed in this agreement, is it going through a residential subdivision? Is it going through?
Yeah, it's an established road of older homes, probably about
Right.
a dozen or so.
So, yeah, I mean, they have other ways to get in and out of there. That was my thing. We're gonna, how long are we gonna disrupt current homeowners there with heavy traffic and all that? And let's not forget too, if they manage to make it to building a house in there, then, are they going to use that for every truss truck and every cement truck coming in and out of there? I mean, I'm just trying to think about, hey, if, I'm not here to argue this. I'm just saying they have other accesses. I don't understand why they want to go through a residential area to move a bunch of stuff. Thank you.
I had the same concerns. The only reason I took a pause to ask Public Works, because I didn't have a chance to talk with DeVan or Brad about this ahead of time. It's better, I guess, to go there than to go Luther Fowler and impact more folks, but I understand it. I can't say I feel great about it. I hate it for the people on Mahogany. Brad, you said you've received emails, or staff has received emails about this from the folks on Mahogany? I mean, they were made aware of through the policy, or how does that, do they know at all that this is about to happen?
They do not. Just the areas along the Jubilee and the concerns of them hauling timber out were one of the emails I saw. I'll defer to Amy real quick and give you a status.
Just while everybody's looking at me, you're getting Amy on the line? Okay. While we're waiting on that, I'll tell you, I own some timberland up in Wing, Alabama, and we granted an easement to some folks to go in and clear cut one day, and honestly, I regret it. I had another timber company contact me a month or two ago, and I did not allow them access to a different portion because I got burned on the first one a little bit different, but it seemed like once you open an access up, then it was made just like this. Obviously, you ain't going to keep out the folks riding four-wheelers and other stuff, but I'm sorry I didn't take the time to research this ahead of time. If it's the whole property, I know how timber operations work from up there. Obviously, they're looking for the closest, easiest access, but if they're going to be timbering that other, they do have internal roads. I used to hunt Pond Creek Hunting Club before Jubilee bought it, and there's dirt roads through there. I just know those folks on Mahogany Drive ain't going to be happy. There ain't no two ways to shake it on that.
Okay, so we'll pause that item until you can get Amy on.
You want us to come back to it, Brad?
Yeah,
or you
we'll
got
come
her?
back to it. Let's do the budget. I think Commissioner Wright.
We'll just
wrap up
we'll
the
come
budget
back to that if
financial.
you want to.
Go ahead, Commissioner Wright.
All right,
so that report's suspended. Budget Financial Commitment, Management Committee, check register from 8/18/2021 to 9/8/2021. I have reviewed it. I trust everybody else has. I'd move that approval without objection. And check register from 9/9/2021 through 9/22/2021. I've reviewed that. Trust everyone else has as well. I'd move approval without objection. That would conclude our report.
Both those items are approved. Thank you. While we're waiting for Brad, I'll just call the upcoming meetings. There is a change to the Library Advisory Board meeting. It is October 14th, not October 7th at the same time. So if you're looking on the agenda, please make that change if you're interested in the Library Advisory Board meeting. And since we're still waiting for Brad, I just got news from Chief Norton at the Holly Navarre Fire District, and this is good news. They put in for a SAFER grant through FEMA and are one of 14 recipients throughout the state of Florida getting $2.4 million to add 12 firefighters to their staff. I think that's just fantastic, and that just goes to show our fire chiefs are out there working the grants and working that to keep the cost down for folks. So congratulations, Chief Norton and the Holly Navarre Fire District. We appreciate you and appreciate you going after this, this grant. Brad, are you ready?
Yeah, Amy was telling me that the only interaction she had was she's had a couple of emails from concerned citizens about the logging and how they're going to access it out. She, we did not contact all those off of Mahogany to let them know this was going to be on the agenda because our procedure only says the adjoining properties. And we kind of went over them as we went through that with the commissioners before. But there is, a question that she had is, can we legally not extend that easement to them? And I think that I'd ask Elizabeth and she'd have to check. But the other option would be that we just don't allow them to cut across our easement to access that area on Mahogany.
Commissioner Calkins.
Thank you. As far as this goes, I've done some research on this issue, and they're not going to do. There's a reason why they need access to that particular point, and it's logistics, and so this is something, that I will say the Jubilee development is everything I've fought for in the sense of smart growth. I mean, you got some guys that are willing to really put a master plan, beautiful community, the first in Santa Rosa County history here, and I will not do anything to obstruct or mess with that. Just my thoughts.
I'll say, and then we'll go to the citizens for input. I don't know any of the folks with Jubilee now. I had one that reached out to me one time and I wasn't able to meet with them while they were in the area. But from what I garner, if this could be anything like what is that, Hammock Ranch down there towards Davina, a planned community, yes, I wholeheartedly support. I think I fully support the concept of that with their own schools, their own grocery stores, and you really cut back on infrastructure. And the only thing, and you heard me, I'm sorry I didn't meet with Devan and Brad to ask that question ahead of time. You heard the pause when I said any comments from both words. I understand the greater good concept. You've heard me talk about eminent domain, other things, but those 10 people there, if they timber, we don't know if they're timbering 50 acres, 500, 5,000 acres. You could greatly impact their daily life. I think that's safe to say. I hate that those folks haven't even been made aware of it. I would have, just knowing like the whole concept of, we've heard from citizens today about, well, the citizens didn't cause it. Knowing that these citizens are going to be greatly affected by this project, which I support the concept. I don't know what the project is at this point other than the concept of like a planned community. I support that. But I don't want it to be at the detriment of the 10 people that have possibly lived here for decades. Is this something we're able to, and obviously it's going to be whatever the will of the board is, I would feel more comfortable if it was at least tabled and allow them to present the board with, here's the reason or the hardship, or if there's any other opportunities they have. We had a great question asked, do they have access? I mean, I'm assuming they still own the property because they bought it all from the timber company back when we were in Pond Creek Hunting Club, which was about 20 years ago, actually. I'll go to the citizens, but I'm going to have a hard time supporting it only because, God, what if I lived on Mahogany Drive and now one day it's next thing you know I got bulldozers and logging trucks and I'm like, what is happening? I thought I lived on a dead-end road. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Commissioner Parker. Commissioner Calkins, I I too agree that the development of that property could be a fantastic thing. And I think if it's a planned development, it's going to be a great addition without burden on the community. My only concern is the backup data we have shows one parcel, and I know that property, the Jubilee property, is obviously much more than the one parcel that's on our backup. So my concern is, do they want the access for logging just for that parcel, or clearing of that land just for that one parcel and not the other? I just have some questions there, and I think it's safe to say it would be wise to contact the folks that live on Mahogany Drive. I think it's a good opportunity to be transparent and also just protect them and get their feedback. I would certainly be in favor of, at this time, the next regular meeting we have would be October 12th. That would give staff and you enough time to discuss it, so we could at least come back and know and have a fair assessment on where to vote, rather than take a chance on voting on it today and it may not go in quite the way you want. But I would certainly support tabling it and giving everyone an opportunity to reach out to the citizens.
Sorry, Brad. Commissioner Peach.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Commissioner Park. The Jubilee project is going to be monumental for the county. But the engineer in me asks, it's nothing on Chumuckla Highway, is that if they're going to log 18-wheelers down there, I don't want to see the county get a bill for fixing that intersection or putting wider turn lanes in coming off Mahogany. It's pretty close to where Chumuckla ends. Are we going to have to sign it and say caution log? I think there's just some safety things that we could do a little more homework on. I'll support it if we get some answers to those questions, but I think there's going to be some concerns that we should address now before it starts and then it blows up in our face. But I support the Jubilee project, but I'd like to hear a little more from Public Works on, the access, and my main concern is tearing up county roads and then us getting the bill to put them back.
Brad, you got your light on.
I was going to give you some additional information from Sean. They do have silviculture access off of Luther, Fowler, Willard North, and Berry Hill. A total of 2,800 acres total in there that they'll be doing logging operations on, I believe. And just to clarify that the Jubilee property is part of our land development, and we are going to require them to connect to these roads that are already established. So that portion is coming, but I understand the concern about the logging traffic and all. But I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that future connections are going to be required for that development. However, if we want to, our suggestion would be to table it today, and we'll reach out. And there is a small number of folks on Mahogany. We can reach out through means and connect and contact them, let them know, and reach out to Jubilee and see if they still want to proceed with this, and get them to come to a presentation and an explanation at the board exactly what parcels they'll be taking out through there.
I think, and Brad, and then we'll go to you. I think as we talk about being good partners, look, the one planned community I went to over there in Walton County, just beautiful. It's the essence of planned community. But I think as we talk about, not being a detriment, you don't want the citizens on Mahogany or their families in Chumuckla or people in Chumuckla, you don't want anybody to go at this with negative content. It's like, what, screw this Jubilee. They're in here crapping on me and my road. You're talking about a lot of logging trucks. I think the best way is if that community buy-in, kind of how we talked about at the zoning meeting the other night, if they could, it doesn't have to be a presentation. I think that goes a long way, or at least a little more update and information of here's what we're looking at. I know there's probably not ways that we can say, hey, you can't use Luther Fowler, but I think it goes back to good partnerships, because I'm sitting here saying this can be a great thing for the county. Other people are saying this can be a great thing, but when we plan, it ain't just planning roads, it's planning together, it's coming together. They have an opportunity, because what they don't want is to turn commissioners against them as we get into this development phase. Because quite frankly, when we start talking about if they're ready to move forward with this project, I would hope there's some thought and consideration given to, and maybe they have, and we just don't know because of the lack of. I don't want to see hundreds of logging trucks going down Luther Fowler Road either. And those areas, this is good, because if this is the start, I think this is a chance that our board and those investors come and have some public presentation, because what we're about, if this is, hey, it's actually going to start, you're going to feel the pain. I say we are going to feel the pains like none of us and no board that I know of in the last 20 years has ever felt, of the community finally saying, okay, yeah, this was approved before the recession. But when you start impacting roads like Luther Fowle, there's public documents that support where we've asked public crews to go out there and cut back the vegetation, but there's no right-of-way. Like, the right-of-way ends at the power poles. And then, so when you talk about sending log trucks down Luther Fowler, it scares me to death. I mean, I like the idea of Berry Hill or Willard Norris, those are main roads. I just think this is a chance we could partner and try to do it right, because we got to think about the folks that they're going to be impacting in those surrounding communities. Commissioner Calkins, and then I'll grab you. I'm sorry, it's got a slide on.
I appreciate it, and I see that point of view. I just want to say that, I try to put myself in people on mahogany shoes. I try to put myself as if I'm in the developer world. If I was a developer, I would do what the best option. I would use the best option, and I would go, okay, well, this is the best option. If they denied it, I'd say, all right, well, then I'm going to just go down Luther Fowler. Well, what will that do? It'll cause more traffic, more headache, and they would say, hey, you guys did it. You denied us our access. And so that's what I would do if I was a developer. I think I actually lived on the road north of this. I lived for about a couple of years on Nichols Estates Road, and I always knew this would come up someday, as far as, through road. And my thoughts back then, and based on what I've seen in this project, is this is a planned, something that we've never seen in Santa Rosa County. And it does connect to those. As far as I knew, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that we have to have connectivity, that's the law. So there's nothing that we could do to stop it. But what we're doing today is we're delaying it, we're hindering it, and so I understand the reason for that, and you all made some great points. But we can't stop the connection anyway. Is that correct?
I think we can if they're asking for it.
For Brad.
For this portion of it, at this time, yes, but when they develop the subdivisions and the development within Jubilee, they will have to connect.
And I also would like to say that these kind of developments are fragile. I mean, they got, banks involved and big things involved. And as far as our land development code, that when we did that, it basically kind of approved it and allowed, them to be able to do, do certain things now where we couldn't go against it if we wanted to. So I think our new land development code rewrite was a good thing for business, a good thing for planned communities, and a good thing for smart growth. So that was something that we did good, that will benefit us and these kind of things. I think it's a bad message to big time people that want to do business here. If we're hindering them on a little road, that's just my thoughts. But I respect the will of the board and understand points of view.
Well, I want to say, I'm not a big time person. I've had a bit more successes than I did when I was 18, but I put my britches on the same way. Thank God I've been humble. I appreciate the investment. I think where my heart is. I think every one of us has said we're for it. I'm going to be in favor of tabling it for more information. That's not denying it. It's not improving it. And the reason I say this is I'm not a big-time important guy, but from people I know and friends and family I've lived in this county my entire life. If I lived on Mahogany, and I don't know a single person that I know of on Mahogany, but if I did, and one day all of a sudden I see, because I'm going to tell you this is how it works, I've got timber property. I see low boys 18-wheelers unloading bulldozers. I'm going to see bulldozers. Next thing you know, I'm going to see excavation equipment. Those folks are going to be like, man, what happened? And I think it goes to how Dale's email, he said communication. He was talking about sidewalk. He said, your email, if I remember, said this is why people don't trust the BOCC, because of communication. And then next thing you know, what? You just approved timber for 2,800 acres can go through my yard. They may not be big-time folks. I don't know anybody there, but they could be people that their kid goes out there because this board's approved that you can put basketball goals on the right-of-way. Their kids may be out there playing basketball one day, and then now it's not safe. I don't think, regardless of how much money somebody has, this sends a bad message to say, hey, all we want to do is make sure that we understand everything, that so we can communicate with the citizens, so we can go in this partnership together. Because let me tell you, I've done developments in this county, obviously not to this magnitude, and I've got some properties under contract right now. The last thing you want to do is be a bad neighbor or create an untenable situation for this board, which the process from, like you said, it is fragile, from infancy to development orders to permitting and all could be a long road. And I think the positive sort of synergy of, hey, let's work together will go a long way, because I want to continue to support the project. And I'm not going to say that I'm going to be opposed to this, but I don't have enough information based on just a request. I would like to hear from it. And I want those folks from Mahogany to know, even if they're every single one of them are against it, and I would assume that probably all, but maybe one, you might find one that says, I don't care. I'd assume they're all against it. And that doesn't necessarily mean that we won't do it, but I think we owe, as he said, to at least communicate and say, hey, this is something being considered. This is a lifestyle change, especially if you got small kids and you live on Mahogany. And I would want somebody to give me that courtesy. Mr. Smith.
Kerry Smith, East Milton. It took me 30 seconds to find that silviculture, and I appreciate you recognizing me. 30 seconds to find that silviculture access. District 3 said, just out of convenience for the developer, this makes sense. Just for the convenience of the developer, I'm going to inconvenience my constituents. That's what was heard by me. And by his own admission, he researched this. So, again, let me point out that we're going to be putting the convenience of developers before our constituents. I just want that to be really wide open in the open. And thank God, 4 of you realized this, or 3 of you realized this isn't a very good game, and this is not being a good neighbor to our constituents. I know we're at large. They're all of our constituents, but your district, when you're representing the district, that's not good stewardship. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. It'd be Commissioner Calkins.
Thank you. I would like to say that getting more information, after hearing from y'all, I mean, you all, it sounds like you all support a smart growth project, which is good. So you're not telling, if they're watching this, you're not telling them that you're against this. You just need more information in order to help, and I support that, and I understand that. I just didn't want the wrong message getting out, because this is the foundation of something great in the future of Santa Rosa County. This is so important, I believe, and so I appreciate this board. I will agree to table it, and so for the next meeting. And I would also like to ask staff to, notify, do the yellow sign thing possibly, or whatever laws that we got to comply with to, so they know.
It'd be my recommendation on that would be that we table it, or that we give DeVan latitude to table this either 1 or 2 meetings based upon, I think if we give him the latitude, based upon the request that he get in touch with whoever's speaking on behalf of Jubilee and request either A, that they have a sit-down meeting with Public Works or Engineering to at least look at, hey, are we doing the best thing? Or, I'm going to be honest with you, I would love if they would come to the board. And it's not a mandate, because some people are like, hey, I don't want to put everything in the wind on the board, but at least so that at the next meeting, whenever I do have to vote for it, if you're able to facilitate those meetings by the next meeting, fine. If not, I don't want you to say, well, it's on the next agenda and we don't have anything. Just be able to explain to us, here's their goal, here's what options they have, here's what they're looking to do, how many acres, and so that we can convey that to Mahogany. Let's, if nothing else, 10 people, that's what, $5 in postage? Let's send Mahogany a letter that just says, hey, there's an issue, come before the board about an access easement, you can look at the agenda at this link, whatever. I mean, if they're going to take enough initiative to look at it, and that way we can tell them, hey, maybe they're only going to timber 200 acres and that's it, but it's just going to make me feel better, and I know you would want that if somebody was coming through your road, like you said, and please, if you know anybody with the development, tell them we're all supportive of it, but we want to make sure that we're not doing it, as was stated, at the detriment of current citizens, if there's a smarter way. We don't want to knee-jerk at the beginning of a planned development. So that'd be my recommendation. If the board would support that, I would make it without objection.
Hearing none, that item's tabled.
And that concludes my committee report.
We've completed all other business before the board today, so it is 12:30. This meeting is adjourned.